going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. Welcome to King Talk. We got Trav Smooth, M. White, True Table, Willie, Biz, Lord Sherm, Hink, Law, me, myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to King Talk. What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's good?
But how long you stayed at the Juneteenth festival?
Bro, I was probably up there for, you know what? It started raining all crazy, but I stayed up there for about an hour or so. Yeah, I stayed maybe an hour after that.
That shit was decent.
Yeah, it was decent.
All right. It's good to see you, gentlemen, man. Glad you guys okay. I only heard one person say that they was doing all right. So the rest of you guys, y'all good?
Yeah, super solid.
Okay.
No complaints.
Good.
Thought maybe I might have had a bad day or something.
Oh, man,
Well, yeah, I went for one of my old man checkups today.
Old man checkups?
Yeah, you know, when you're 45, they start wanting to get really
handsy,
intrusive. So, you know, they gave me the consultation for one of them, and then the second one I don't even want to speak of. They talking about they want me to do. I'm like, that sounds.
They ain't found a better way to do that yet.
That's what I was hoping. That's what I was waiting on, bro. I'm like, there's got to be a better way. All the technological advances. This is what y'all do. This is still what we do, and it seems kind of barbaric and just weird to me. But this is what we doing when you're 45.
Just learn how to do it yourself, bro.
Who's over 45? Who's over 45?
I thought they told
Black you did it.
You
did it already. You let them do it to you.
Vince, you cut your hair.
Hey yo.
You
had to let him.
Yo,
hey man,
Vince over here switching up, huh?
Yeah, hey Trev, it's something you got. Now it depends on what you got though. I assume you talking about a prostate check, right?
That's the second one. I didn't even want to get to that part. The other part was the colonoscopy. That's
the colonoscopy.
Just as bad, but at least you get to go to sleep for that one. The other one, they said you got to be wide awake when this is happening. So,
Did you have to let them, or did they get your consent?
Hey, look, all you got to do is go on like your insurance provider's website, see who like was in your network, and then go look at their LinkedIn's. You want to look for a small Asian woman. They got little fingers. That's all you need.
Goddamn.
All you need. You don't want to be like one of them big skinny girls.
Hey, Willie, that's what you did?
Where you can just,
That's what you did, Willie?
Hell yeah, I got the search history to prove it.
Oh, okay. She was all right. She
lady is 4'11" and has toddler fingers. She was fine.
Did it come with a happy ending or no?
No, I didn't pay for that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't. You're not paying for that.
I'll tell you what they did. They offered his ass a tissue and sent him on out the door. That's what he did to him.
Man, I heard they got something new where you can just they mail you a box.
What up, Vince? What up?
See, that's different. Prostate's different, Law. Prostate's different from colonoscopy.
That's for prostate.
Yeah, those
are. He's talking about colonoscopy.
That's the one I got to do first, but then they said I got to do the other one too. So I'm like, damn, I don't want to do either one, to be honest. But
tell them do that shit at the same time.
Did you go to therapy before or after?
He said at the same time? Damn, you want me to get violated twice in the same day? Damn. They said they can't do the other one when you sleep.
I'm gonna call bullshit. I think they just want to play. I think they just enjoy what they're doing. Because why not? What does your prostate do while you're awake that it doesn't do while you sleep? Man, y'all got some ass.
It's a difference, but you're not sleep though. That's the thing about it.
I mean,
you're not.
Yeah, it's two different offices. So one is like the gastric guys, and then the other one's like a urologist. So they typically aren't in the same place. At least not in my
How much time you get to live with cancer from there? Like realistically, what's the year count?
40.
Oh, you said what, it could be bad, man. It could be bad. It could be bad. So it's not something to live with it. There's some people that went out from that. Ain't no joke. You don't want to go out from cancer. That shit ain't no joke. It's the only reason I'm doing it.
Especially colon cancer. My grandfather passed way because of it. Because after a while, you have no feeling down there in your rectum area, so you don't even know if you got to take a dump or not. And you can just shit on yourself. You don't even know it until you smell it.
Damn. Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead and put me in a facility at that point. Cause
on that note, man, let me go ahead and check with the chat. See what we got going on here.
See if we got any complaints from HR after that.
Yeah, what's going on? Fishing the Fit. Brando was in the chat. Erica, Nike Nelson, how you doing? Who else we got in there? But Colin, how you doing? Well, he's in the chat as well. Aaron, Dory G. Who else we got? Mrs. Hingerson in the house as well. Vincent, Green Gang, how you doing? Welcome. Jamie X. Somebody said, is this the topic tonight? No, this is not the topic tonight. I know the gentleman was getting a little bit out of hand. He was getting excited there. But
Trev trying to get put to sleep.
If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you're catching this on a replay, hit that like button. And also make sure you subscribe as well. I'm going to go ahead and run this first clip. You guys seen the topic. The woman says women shouldn't have to be casualties to the growth of men. But we're going to build up to it. So we're going to talk a little bit about B. Simone. And on the back end, we're going to unpack this. Women shouldn't have to be casualties to the growth of men. So I'm looking forward for this excellent discussion. So I'm going to open it up with this. Everybody mute their mics. All right, here we go.
The kind of women that high value men avoid like the plague. First off, high value men are guys that I call Henrys. High earners, not rich yet. We're talking about money. The guys who are basically in the top 10 cities around the country, guys who are making at least $350,000 a year. I mean, let's be real. The kind of men that can afford to put you in a BMW and 3 kids and all that kind of stuff. What are the kind of men? What are the kind of women these guys avoid? Well, number one, these guys have their pick of the litter. So the women that are on the list are 8s, 7, 8s, 9s in the face, 8s, 9s, and 10s in the body. All right. But here are the women that put up a red flag for these kinds of men. The women who went to college. There are 2 kinds of women that send up a major red flag with these guys. Psychology majors or attorneys. Blake Henry, they avoid these women like the plague. Or they'll kick it with them. And we're talking about who do they avoid? I mean, who they don't marry. That's what it is. They don't marry these women. Psych chicks, lawyers. Psych chicks, lawyers. The next are in the blue collar professions. Police women, cops, or military, any branch. These women are avoided like the plague. Come on, guys. Henry, let's talk about it. And then on the bohemian side, you didn't go to college. You didn't go necessarily go get a blue collar kind of job. What did you do? You went and they avoid actresses, singers, Why? Because they all tend to have creatives, bohemians. Why? Because they all tend to have the same positions. Nail techs, hairstylists, and massage therapists. So let's run down that list again. College women. You're a psychology chick. You're going to law school. You're going to be single. Single AF. Am I going to marry you? You think somebody wanted to go through a divorce with an attorney? Come on, man. You think somebody wants to go home and be psychoanalyzed by a psychology? No. And the other two, the blue collar ones, oh my God, cops and military women. Why? Because the assumption is, one, you got an extreme high body count. Because you've been getting it in the backseat of that squad car or on deployment. Look, man, the stories about military women and police and law officers are legendary. Also, it has everything to do with the kind of men you deal with. Women in law enforcement tend to deal with men in law enforcement. That's a different mindset. Women in the military deal with men in the military, a different mindset. Base heads, as some people call them, base heads, the military base heads. Now, and let me tell you what, and how do they look at these women? Military divorced wife with a kid. How can she afford this place to live on? She afforded to live on this because she lived in a military base on Washington. Where do guys go to find women like this? Y'all all get mad when guys talk about pump and dump and this and that, because we're talking about women who tend to be cute or pretty. Let's get into it. I have a thing called the eternal sevens. The eternal sevens are the women that tend to be the most problematic. See, the 8s, 9s, and 10s, they get married early on. 8s, 9s, and 10s get married early on. They get married by age 23, 25. The 8s, 9s, and 10s are the girls that get in the VIP for free. They bona fide. They get snapped up like that, especially if they're feminine, beautiful, inspirational, cooperative, submission. Then what ends up happening? A woman who's a 6 or a 7, like a B. Simone, no insult intended. She's cute. She ain't fine. She's cute. B. Simone, Jill Scott, like that in the face. All of a sudden, when the 8s, 9s, and 10s are gone, the 6s and 7s automatically get all the 8, 9, and 10 shine because the 8s, 9s, and 10s are simply gone. It's not as though those women actually got better. The other women are just gone. And when you get all of that attention, that when you saw your friends who were 8, 9, and 10, and you were 6 or 7, and they're gone, now you're getting 8, 9, and 10 attention, you feel like the woman. And you start to overinflate your SMV, your actual value. So like a B. Simone, no offense, you start to actually feel like you should get a man who's the master of the universe. Especially if you're an attorney or a psych chick, you got a college degree or something like that, advanced degrees, all that other kind of stuff. You can throw advanced degrees, a master's, a PhD, that all goes in with law and psychology. All that stuff, high value men avoid. Because these women overvalue themselves from an educational standpoint, from an income standpoint, and most problematically from a look standpoint. And these Henrys, they're not going to, they know what they're worth. You too much of a headache.
Let's go ahead and get into it, man. I just wanted to go ahead and run that because he brought up B. Simone back in the day. He brought her up, and fast forward, here we are today. So I am curious to get you guys' thoughts on that before we actually start to unpack B. Simone. So let's just focus more on what he said in particular about the 7, the 8s, 10s, getting married, the leftovers. And while we at it, Miss Life's Too Short says his ideology is way off, and us women know this. Could be true.
She's single, ain't she?
Come on, don't do that. No. It may be some gentlemen that may agree on the panel, but
I'm just saying, anybody that I feel like disagree with saying that Mr. Godfather himself ideology is off. Come on, man. Listen. I said what I said. You feel me? Like, I really believe exactly what he said. It's true, and it's being proven to be true. Ain't that why we're here tonight?
I don't know. You said it's true and it's proven to be true. You want to go ahead and elaborate on that? I want to make sure that when we do say things, I don't want to just say it. I actually want you guys to give some context. Don't be long winded now. We'll be here all night. We got a full panel, but I do want y'all to expound that a little bit.
Yeah, man. I mean, as he said, I mean, those are usually the ones that are left behind. The cute ones that don't really get it together. You know what I mean? The ones that don't know how to be submissive and quiet, if you will, like he was saying. I mean, it's true. We see it all the time. Like, it's one of those things where, yeah, the ideology might seem off the sun, but the ones that's going to disagree with it are the ones who are a hit dog or holler. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. If the only way you're going to disagree with him is if that's you he's talking about.
All right, go ahead, Viz.
I had some experience with a lawyer, and that definitely wasn't fun. But I think that I don't know, man. I think you might catch a bad 6 or 7, man, and that'll be the one. To be honest, you might come across some issues with the 8s and 9s and the 10s. Especially if you're an average guy. But I guess even if we're talking about a high value man, we see it all the time with most athletes where their wife, what I'm saying, is average at best. They're a solid 6 or 7, and they happy as fuck. So I think that is, I don't think that is a set scale across the board. I think that is just one of those deals of where you can get a decent 6 or 7, and that motherfucker will treat you like a king, and you can have you an 8 or 9, and that motherfucker is nothing but problems. So I think that it all depends and is situational as well.
All right, go ahead, True.
Yeah, shout out to the Godfather. I happen to agree with his ideology. Bringing up someone like a B. Simone. B. Simone is very, very average. Very, very average. The only reason why B. Simone is somewhat of a namesake is because she has some level of notoriety and she's a little polarizing. But she's an average chick. You go to any kiosk in a mall, you see a B. Simone like 100 times, 200 times. So, but I do agree. I think Kevin had a good way of just breaking down the brackets. And reality is, current day, a lot of times women do tend to give their career somewhat of a boost. It's like if they do this, they somehow think that their vagina goes a level up or 2. And unfortunately, they're just not talking to enough men. And I personally, I don't know if y'all fellas have seen it, but I've never really ran into any bad lawyers. Most lawyers or administrative women tend to be overweight and basic looking. The baddest of the aesthetics tend to not be career women, in my personal experience. And I digress.
Okay, I know you mentioned about B. Simone being average, and I know average can be subjective depending on the person. What do you consider average?
If you can stand in a room as a woman and there's 100 other women and you don't stand out to me, like you don't captivate my attention, you basic, you average. She's average. There's nothing about her that is significant. If I could like date her and then go find another her literally the same day. So in my opinion, that would be considered average. I think, yes, it is subjective, but there are certain women that are hard to repeat, especially from an aesthetic perspective. She's very average.
Okay, so hold on, Viz. So I'm still not clear as to what stands out to you.
If we're keeping on pure aesthetics, if I'm in a room and there's 100 other women, you should stand out. Like you should literally, without doing anything, just your looks, your style, your overall aesthetic should be unique, different. If you even look too close to your homegirls, to me, you blend. You're not someone who I would waste my time approaching or put that much energy into. That's how I look at it, though. I may have a biased view. You know, I grew up in Cali. I tell people, like, we just got an abundance of beautiful women out here. So you go to a hot dog on a stick, you see a bad chick. A T-Mobile, you see bad chicks. Well, it is somewhat of I think the location, but yeah, that's my perspective.
Okay, so I have an idea, right? But for people that may be watching, I don't think you painted it where they would know for sure if they was a baddie or not.
He explained it real clear. It just don't apply to them, so that's why they arguing.
Well, I mean, if you in a crowded room, right? You most depending on where you at.
Well, I just want him to be a little bit more specific, you know. Now compared to, I just want to be specific. So if somebody was watching, these are the type of women that True is attracted to.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Are you basing it off of natural beauty or made up? You know, if they're walking into the room.
Natural, as best as possible. But again, I'm speaking from somewhere that's maybe like concentrated and crowded. You know, a club, an event. You know, a mixer. Like, if she's not the only girl in the building, there's 100 other women. She should vibrate. She should stand out just from a few seconds to me. If she just looks like anybody else, like if I see her and then I know tomorrow or next week I'm gonna see somebody that look just like her, she's average to me.
Who would be a 9 or a 10 to you?
Off the top of my head, an Aaliyah would be a 9 or a 10. Maybe a Margot Robbie would be a 9 or a 10. A Nia Long back in the day would be a 9 or a 10. Yeah, I mean, you give me some time to think about it. I can run down a list, but those women to me, they typically stand out.
You don't think B Simone could stand next to Aaliyah?
No. and be considered for approach? No.
Viz, you cut your locks?
Yes, sir.
Right. Smooth. You know damn well B Simone can't stand next to no Aaliyah.
Yeah, B Simone look like somebody's just sister.
It's like JL wants us to be harsh. Listen, she a little
annoying
piglet.
little sister.
Yeah, we're gonna just say she a piglet. Her aesthetics. We're basing mostly on aesthetics.
We talking about the girl who's the B Simone on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the
one that cried for Jason Wilson. Why I can't get no man. That's a Vivica.
The loud one.
A Vivica Fox in training wheels.
Shit, she's fine to me. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I just heard her say too much. I don't like her.
Like I do want to say that B Simone conversation. Let's stick to what the Godfather was saying, or we'll go down a rabbit hole. So go ahead, Willie. It's on you next.
Yeah. I don't think that he's ever said anything about the group of men that women actually want to date that wasn't categorically true. We get caught up a lot of times trying to say things are objective, but beauty is subjective. But beauty is not always a subjective thing. There's objectively beautiful people, and the people who don't agree with that aren't objectively beautiful. So of course they're not going to agree with it. I haven't seen any women who disagree with Kevin Samuels that are happily married, or even in the group of women that the men they want for themselves. That's been one of the consistent themes that I've seen with Kevin Samuels' detractors since he's been out. It's never the women that high value men that he, as he describes it, are looking for themselves. It's just the women who are hit dogs hollering because he says that men don't want women who are combative, masculine, fat, all that other stuff. Those are the women who don't like Kevin Samuels. It's rare, or you'd be hard pressed to find a objectively attractive person that doesn't agree with him.
All right. Go ahead, M. White.
Man, I've been coming to the realization with like how vain I actually am. And yeah, he ain't lied about none of that shit. I mean, He wasn't. So first, the conversation was in regards to a certain type of man, right? He gave the criteria that he listed. A lot of those men fall into like my frat brothers or people I play basketball with or people I would know from Soho or going out clubbing or what have you. And as vain as it seemed, 99.9999999, and that 0.1% is because he knew her before he got on and he somehow kept that relationship. Those women like look a certain way. It's the reality of the world. The men have gotten themselves to incredible heights and they have the freedom of income, time, and selection, and tend to be extremely picky. Like my LB that you met at the in-person event, JR, on on the the south west side or north south, northwest side. He's in a like a C-suite collective of young black guys. They taking to Israel and all over the place, right? So this everybody girlfriend or wife, more than likely wife, damn near looked identical. It's different shades, like a variation of shades, a variation of heights, and a variation of facial features. But all the women could have been related. It's a very specific look. And I don't see that many men that get women that fall outside of that. And we vain as fuck for it, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
All right. Go ahead, Trev.
Yeah, so I think that what he's really referring to is like the women who have roles that typically put them into a masculine frame. So those jobs that he was describing, they're very competitive, and once they get home, sometimes they can't turn that switch off, right? It's tough for them to go back and then treat you like the husband you deserve to be treated. So, like I always say, some of these women are just a nuisance, right? It's not that we fear them. It's not that we're intimidated by them. We just find them to be a nuisance or something that we just don't want to deal with on our day-to-day lives and raise children with, right? Most men are going to want someone feminine, and those men who are considered Henrys, like you said, they have the pick of the litter. I completely agree with that. So all men could get exactly what they want. I don't think there's many men who would actually choose a woman who's masculine unless you kind of leaning towards the other side. Men are generally not attracted to masculinity, but most men who aren't in a position to get the woman they want, they settle. A lot of women say they settle, but a lot of men are actually settling when we're talking about dealing with masculine women, combative women, and that's our day to day. And with the environment that we're in right now, it caters to women. The judicial system, it caters to women. Everything that every government issued support, it caters to women more than men. So men are just dealing with it because they have to, just because of their limited options. But I don't think anyone would choose a masculine woman. That would be insane. And as far as like the sevens and all of that, I always say 7 is the sweet spot. I've been saying that for a long time. That 7 is pretty much the sweet spot before they start becoming aggravating. Now, if you're one of those guys, if you way up there, where you got everything together and you got a bunch of women chasing, you can just pick what you want because the female knows she's likely not going to do better than you. For the most part, you have your outliers, but for the most part, if women are hypergamous, we know we kind of have to deal with women who might not necessarily be on our level socially, right? But that's what we deal with. Now there's always other situations that can help you with that. Like if you have enough game, you know how to talk to women, you understand women, then you're gonna have an advantage if your game is right. But if you're not a confident guy, if you're not used to dealing with women, then you might run into some serious issues. And by the way, I would say if I was going to rate B Simone, I say she was like, I think she like a 7, which to me is a couple ticks above average. She's not a super baddie, but she definitely, I think she's a little more than average, at least for here. I live in Jersey. It's all right over here, so she's not what you see on a regular basis. And if I were like on the street single, I'd probably holler.
Hey Trev,
That's until she started talking.
Trev, would you Aaliyah and B Simone standing next to each other? Who you going for?
What do I need them for? What's the purpose of them? What's the purpose?
Oh, just to talk to him. You trying to pull one of them?
You saying talk to him? But that's never my goal. My goal is either wifey or to take down. So, like, which one we talking?
Oh man, you complicating it.
No, bro, it's very simple. That's it. Just answer one of those, and I'll tell you, because it's one for each. If you're talking about like to have as like a girlfriend or something long term, then you would certainly choose Aaliyah. But for the takedown, I might run with B Simone.
Okay.
But see, you just did it. Like, if you gonna park somewhere, you're gonna park somewhere that is perceived higher value, I would assume.
When you say
B Simone is slotted, basically you said she casual, like it ain't nothing you tripping on.
No. What I'm saying is that just her, like her personality and all of that, she wouldn't be good long term, but she'd be good for the night.
Well, so without knowing her personality,
without knowing,
you just see her. You know what I'm saying? To me, when you say that, to me it sounds like B Simone is better, but she's not wife material. That's what I hear when you say that. Well,
it's one of them things, right? I size a woman up. I'm not just gonna run down on a female and I can't gauge anything, right? There's never a random. I already know. I'm profiling you before I even try to talk to you. Before I approach a woman, I'm sizing you up. So it's never random. It's never blind. Sure, you could have surprises, but usually not, right? So I'm saying for her, like you could kind of tell by her demeanor, she's not like one of those soft joints or whatever. You could tell off rip as soon as she opened her mouth. You know what I'm saying? We and all of us have the advantage of at least talking to a woman before we lie with them. So it's just one of them things where, all right, I know what she's talking about. Yeah, this is about to be tonight or whatever.
I can understand what you're saying, Viz, because I think most men don't even date fine women like that. Or haven't even had fine women. So I think if they do see like a B Simone, they would probably say that most of them will probably say it's a baddie. It's only a select few. On the internet, it sounds cool, but in reality, if she was at a party, a whole lot of them guys would be going. Like if they didn't know her, if she wasn't
on her heels.
Yeah, like if she wasn't like internet, if she didn't have an internet personality.
So what number would you give it, JR?
I would say she about it like a 6 or 7, but that's with the makeup. So
JR, would you mess with her?
We also got to factor in too when women pull off the makeup, it's a whole different game.
Would you mess with her without makeup, JR?
I had to see what I got to see without makeup. Like I'm more of a personality. I'm more of a personality type.
I was just looking at a picture of her with no makeup, and I mean, I would say she's still halfway decent. You know, it's the girl next door.
What number?
It ain't. I got it on manual.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
I'll say she is 7 for sure.
Yeah.
Girl next door 7.
You can't use 7.
But you guys most women. I mean, there are some bad women, but most women, when they pull that makeup off, they are average.
For
they
sure.
Are average.
For sure.
You may not want to admit it. It's not too many women. I'm not saying compare, but on every day you just be surprised when they take their makeup off. They just look different. But with their makeup, they look like glamorous.
Even supermodels. If you see a supermodel with no makeup on, you know what I'm saying? She damn near look average. But if she dialed up, then hell yeah, she a dime piece all day.
You gotta check some of these Ethiopian joints out, bro.
You say Ethiopians?
I don't know. I prefer to check them. I prefer to judge them with no makeup. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you get a real accurate depiction on what you're looking at. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
Like
no
I know
question.
That's
some
what you're gonna
people,
wake up next
I know
to.
some where I know some 8s, 9s, and 10s. You be like, damn, with no makeup on, and then you add the personality in there. That helps. You know what I'm saying? But like, because you could be an 8, a 9, and your personality is trash and take you to a 3, 4. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, maybe like a 5 or 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just talking about just strictly off looks. That personality just add a whole different layer. Let me get Sherman now, man, because I know we got to get this show rolling. Sherman, what are your thoughts about what KS said? How you feeling about it?
Honestly, man, I don't even know what he was talking about. I'm gonna keep it real. I was trying to follow him, but I don't know. I just couldn't follow what he was saying. So he could just skip me.
Well, let me ask you this. I can summarize it for you, Sharon.
Yeah.
In your opinion, do the men you know that's getting to the bag 300K or more that are single at 30, do they have criteria for the women they want? And
Yeah, I
what is
feel
that
like I
criteria?
mean every man will have criteria for the type of woman that they
For that
want.
niche group of men, what's the criteria in your from what you've noticed in your experience?
Honestly, man, I would not know. I wouldn't know because at the
Don't you
end
live
of
in
the
LA?
day, because I'm looking at you said what?
Don't you live in LA?
Yeah, but then it's
That's
like
the
I
vainest
don't really
place in
see.
America.
I feel like we in a different generation because I don't really see a lot of men trying to settle down. You know what I'm saying? It's like if they have that money and they have girls, and now they got these apps. You know what I'm saying? These dating apps where they can see a different girl every week. They could go on the date every week and bang a girl. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, man, are y'all actually out here proactively trying to find a woman to settle down with? And most
Do
of the
you
time,
have
the answer, you said what?
do you know men that are married that make that amount of money?
Yeah. But they found their woman like a long time ago, like in their 20s. You know what
Okay,
I'm
and do
saying?
you know? Can you give me the average rating of those women versus the women the men who got married
I
later
mean, the
on?
ones,
All
honestly,
sex.
bro, the guys who do make the most money, they don't have like fine wives like that to me. You know what I'm
That's
saying? They don't be like,
That's
you
what
ain't
I'm
gonna look at them and
saying.
be like, God damn, oh shit. No,
and
not at all. They're all like, oh damn, bro, that's your girl. Okay, damn, she cool. And keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? But I honestly,
and
bro, I don't know one guy that married a woman that I would think is like, you will fall out your chair. I'm not sure if those type of women aren't wifey types or what. You know what I'm saying? But usually when I do see, like, say I got, damn, I can't say no names. But let's just say I know a guy that'll, talk to other women, and the other women that he's talking to is finer than his main girl, but he still keeps the main girl, and I'm talking about way finer. You know what I'm saying? But he keeps going back to his foundation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's really kind
did
of
he get her?
tricky.
Did he get her before he?
Yeah, yeah, way
Yeah,
before he
that's like
got
how
cracking and
DMX
stuff
did it,
like that.
bro. That's like
You know what
So
I'm
that's a
saying?
lot
so
of
I
that's
somebody that was with you from the ground up that you somehow maintain that relationship with will look different than somebody who you meet at a
No,
different level.
it's not even that. It's more so the emotional connection that you share with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at it like this: like if I'm making $250,000 a year, 300,000, and I'm dating the women that I'm dating, they have an objective. Their objective is to okay, I'm gonna try to trap this dude, and you can kind of see it. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't really want you for you; they want you for where you live at, for the type of car you drive. You know what I'm saying? For the lifestyle that you can provide them, because that's what you're showcasing to them to get them. Like you online, like, yeah, man, I'm in the bins. You showing your car on your story. You doing all this stunting. Then you're gonna be like, damn, bro, all she wanted me for was my money. Duh, that's what you showing. That's your value. But that is the problem in today's society, bro. It's like if you don't find a woman between like 25 and 30, you damn near assed out. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be bad. For one, you're gonna date somebody that lived almost, two adult lives and who has history that you don't even know about, that you meet from scratch. You know what I'm saying? That you gotta worry about in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? And so that's one of the things that gets to me. I'm just like, damn, man, imagine, being single at 40 and you trying to date, different women that's been living adult lives for 22 years or whatever. Shit, you don't even know if they did porn or what. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what they was on while you wasn't with them. So if you don't find somebody where it's like they're a young adult and you could grow with them, it's gonna be bad for you. Me and Law tell our our young bulls in our family that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like the time is now. Because when you get older, it's like a funnel. It gets slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. You know what I'm saying? Your availability of women. Because a good woman is gonna be taken in her 20s. For
Let's get
sure.
her younger. Some new
Yeah,
one
or
every
you
day.
yeah, you could do that
You know what I'm
too.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
The market open every day.
Yeah, but it's not. I'm not to say that like women are damaged goods or anything. It's just a law of numbers. You know what I mean? Like the older you get, the smaller, well, the shorter your availabilities are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, KP.
Yeah. Listen, Cass, he authored a book that woke up many men. Rest in peace to him. The people that out there screaming, they ain't got nothing to say. You came to him for advice and you didn't like the medicine that he gave you. Then he gave a different perspective where most men would tuck and tail. And he showed us a blueprint as for getting stuff back on track. As for the B Simone thing, she's a 6. But she talks like she's an 8.5. There's a lot of superficial things about her. That's why she's in the position she is. No man crying across the couch with Jason Wilson. Shout out to him. About why she can't get it together and get somebody to cleave to her. She's not willing to give up the superiority of what most women have, and the outcomes are gonna show. She's like Vivica Fox with training wheels, or Emily K. Williams, or those women, that those ilk that think that their way is the right way. It's either their way or the highway. Then when they start declining, you see them on couches. You see them getting BBLs. You're out the game. Sherm made a very good point. If you could catch something early and you can make it a healthy relationship, work through that. You already got yours. You could be laser focused on your purpose. Anything beyond that, you have to question, because when men start to accrue wealth is when they get older. So now you got to worry about that representation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll leave it right there.
No, that's real talk, Kenny. My dad always told me. I mean, he taught me a lot of things. So one thing that stuck out is that a woman will present herself, will basically have a representation in front of you to get you. You know what I'm saying? They'll put this person in front of you. They'll paint this picture. Then when you get comfortable, all hell break loose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother Hank.
And so, listen to what KS was saying. Look, we all know a lot of the ladies don't like what he had to say because of, for whatever reasons, they found it offensive that he was rating them and wouldn't allow them to use certain numbers, and so they're going to be pretty much against everything he says. I agree with a lot of stuff he said. Listening to it and then hearing it again, just a lot of them women didn't have fathers or father figures in their life, so that harsh, direct type of conversation he was having with the ladies, they can't receive that. They just can't receive it, and it's sad that they can't, because maybe you can learn something in the midst of that, but most of them close their ears to it and didn't want to hear it. So shame on them. Now we see it now, even after this past, we still see it now. How a lot of ladies feel like, oh, I get them any man I want anytime I want to. It's them lying to themselves, and they surround themselves with girlfriends who also lied to them. Convince them, yeah, girl, you look pretty, girl. You know that woman shouldn't have went out looking like that, dressing like that, wearing that out. Why? Because they enjoy lying to each other. look, they rather live a lie than hear the truth. I say it all the time. They rather do that. And so this man was telling the truth. They shut that down. They don't want to hear it. They don't have nothing to do with it. So they have to deal with the consequences that they got. You think you get it, go on out and get them. But all the while, you folded up in a fetal position in the bed, crying because you ain't got nobody to come home to. And a B. Simone thing, well, you know, I guess we'll talk about it next topic. So I'll let it be known out my views on this situation. And to say she's a 7, I can't do that. Because when I seen her without makeup, I wasn't impressed. I mean, she looked like an average, a little bit, truth be told, below average to me without that makeup. And with makeup, she looks average. So.
One of the things I often hear too is that a lot of women don't have fathers, but I know some women who have fathers that still grow up and in the same situation as well as women who may not have fathers. So sometimes it could be the fact that I had an example where the fathers treated their daughter like princesses, and I think when they grow up, they still had that mindset that they was entitled to everything. Or you guys understand what I'm saying? Like I don't think that having a father is a guarantee that she's gonna turn out to be okay.
It's definitely not a guarantee, but it does make it the majority of women that have fathers turn out to be okay. I mean, we tend to focus on the minority because the people in the minority are always loud. You know what I'm saying? The squeaky wheel gets the oil. So the women who didn't have fathers, or the women who have fathers and now, you know, at 40 years old, you know, took 2 or 3 miles of dick in their life and can't find a husband now, they're the ones that, you know what I'm saying, talk about this type of stuff. The women that have fathers growing up and they're okay now we're married with, you know what I'm saying, with families. So they're not even participating in these types of conversations.
All right, I like to say one thing. So I would say,
but I think it's the thing with the having fathers. They understand how men talk. They understand how we respond and we react. You know, can we be a little harsh at times? Yeah, we can. But they also know we're going to come to them with love, and we're going to make sure they understand that at the same time. It's not just going to be strictly pounding, harsh talk, you know, demeaning, insulting type conversation. No, we're gonna show you love, but it's gonna be some tough love. Now you may not be ready to receive it now, but you're gonna appreciate it later, because when you get a husband, you might have them save conversations. So now you know how to respond and react to the man instead of going straight left and get all in your feelings and everything. So that's one of the benefits of a woman with a father figure. Look, I didn't date. I didn't marry no woman who didn't have a father figure in her life. I encouraged my son to do the same. Nephews or nephew, as well as some of his cousins and my cousins. I all told them, don't deal with these women that ain't got a father, because they crazy. They are literally crazy, because you can see how they act and respond. They don't know what accountability is. They don't know how to receive a certain conversations with a man. You see, they straight go left. That's because they have no respect for men at all. Because their father was more than likely wasn't in their life. They had no father figure in their life, and so how they act, they react how they see their mom act, because she didn't have no man to demonstrate with. So hell no. My bad, Sherman. I didn't mean to cut you off, big bro.
No, you good. I mean, I would say that you know, finding a woman that loves her, if she loves her father, that's what's most important. If she loves and respects him, she will know how to love and respect other men. You know, you can't just be present. He has to be respected, he has to be loved, and he has to be honored as well.
I think a lot of the issue too is, honestly, regardless of a lot of them having a father or not, we gotta look. Feminism is in its schools, warping their brains before they even get old enough to figure out anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really it's a pandemic of it. You know, and I see it all the time where you have to go and reprogram some of your daughters. You know what I'm saying? And some of these women, before, like, they may have had great fathers coming up, but what happens when those fathers are gone, right? You know what I mean? They tend to, sometimes they get stuck off in church and feminism, and that can hurt them. I'll tell you that right now, that can hurt them.
Damn, what's wrong with church?
If you want to find the most single women, where you gonna go?
Church is full of some dick eating demons.
Hey, hey, Willie on one tonight, man.
No, I'm not being funny, bro, but we're not gonna sit here and act like we don't all have an eater in our history that was raised in the church and was there on Wednesdays and Sundays, but on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, she was throat goating for the Lord. So like, I'm just being honest. And it's not a lot of people that go to church. No way. The kids who was raised there, the women that were trying to get saved, want a fresh start because they had a lifetime of poor pussy management, and taking all this extra dick. They kids, and then dudes who are trying to pray the love of dick out of their heart. That's all that's in church. So of those four groups, there's two of them full of women.
You said dudes trying to pray dick about it. Wait, what?
The guys that are trying to pray the love of dick out of their hearts.
Oh, that's good. Hey, Darwin, did you were you able to listen in on this to be able to jump in?
Yeah, it sounded like we talking about women and I guess being qualifying partners or whatever, something like that, so to speak. I'm gonna take a different direction with it since we got a bunch of men on here. It's an opportunity to do the things that we typically don't want to do, and that might be just look in the mirror. I would say a large group of the women that we want to marry have been contaminated. It had something to do with us not being selective with who we want to be undisciplined sexually with. And this is something that I brought up on a Thursday show with me, Trev, and White. And we were talking about leaving the women who want to be mothers and wives intentionally alone. And just, if we want to be reckless, utilize the longest business that in history, and that's harlots. Some people might not want to do that, but if you look at it, it makes sense. If we would go and exercise our options over there, instead of finessing the women out that actually want to be a mother and a wife, and we can keep when it's time for us to settle down and find a wife, we have a group of women that haven't been touched or touched as much. So we have a healthy population of women that are suitable.
Yeah, that sounds like some bullshit right there. Most of these heifers are prostitutes any goddamn way, whether you want to believe it or not. They prostitutes. They do whatever. If they just want to go after you, just eat. She's selling her time for some cash or a meal. So why would you talk about go mess with a dirty woman who's been like that? I wouldn't. No, there's no way. Look here. Now, when I know you respect all hoes and you respect every heifer out in the world, you love saving. I understand you put that white flag out on the regular. I don't believe in it. Fuck them hoes. I'll fuck them down and keep it moving. So if you said I'm out here making them do what they do, no, being a hoe's a mindset.
Look, I don't.
Because we've seen women who are virgins and steal and move and act like hoes. You can't tell the difference between the hoe and a good wholesome church woman. You can't, because they move and operate in the same. They got the same mindset. Some of them just ain't got enough dicks on their meters yet in order to be classified as a hoe. Don't mean they ain't one.
Look, this only applies if we actually collectively as men feel like there is not enough women to choose from. But if you don't care about that period, then yes, sleep with whoever you want to sleep, contaminate the good group. But if we're gonna sit here and complain about a woman's body count and her promiscuous history, and we gotta kind of move in a certain way where that can't, or it's difficult for that to take place.
But you can't worry about a woman's body count because you'll never know the true number. A woman's not going to tell you that true number. So Hank, why do we act like women are going to be just goddamn honest and tell you, oh, I slept with 55 people, and I'm 21. They not doing that.
Well, it ain't always verbal. It's not always a verbal indication either. It's also psychological, their body language and all these other things, the trauma that they bring. They be emotionally incapacitated in some situations or scenarios when you're in a relationship because of the experience or the imprints of other men.
Yeah,
And they
I
have
wanna-
oftentimes have you measure up is an
Yeah.
indicator that she had someone before you that may be outperforming you.
If
But
you want to
Diamond,
know
you know,
how many men or women has been with, just ask her how many she thinks is too many for a man, too many women for a man to have slept with. If she tell you 25, 30, she's somewhere close to 25, 30. If she tell you she don't care, bro, that girl has got a marathon of penis already. So just go ahead and enjoy it while you can.
yeah, but
Yep.
one man could do that much damage to a woman. One man could do that much damage to her.
Do how much damage?
A lot of damage. Ruin her.
Yeah, you might want to source whatever you're saying because it don't even make logical sense. We're talking about on the scale of having
a woman gets into a bad relationship. It only takes one bad relationship for some of these women, and they're done for. We hear it all the time. They might have 3 good relationships, but that one bad one ruined them for life. Where they don't even want to deal with men. All men are bad. All men ain't shit. You ask me
that's
how many
very
relationships?
extreme though. Don't you think
3?
that's an extreme case?
No, I don't.
So you're saying so one man is just and more often than not, one man is just gonna take the woman over the top. No,
Yeah, no, that's definitely possible for sure.
I didn't say it wasn't possible. I'm saying the likelihood of that
Is it
happening.
probable?
It's gonna take a lot of experience, a lot of trauma for the woman to just be completely incapable of having a future relationship.
So Hank, real quick, although I emphatically disagree with Kitty for hire, I think the sentiment overall is something that we spoke about before. I brought it up before too. Whereas we are perpetuating the issue, right, by sleeping with all these women in our learning years. So if we're not doing that, if men are on code, if our sons, our grandsons are on code, then this couldn't possibly be an epidemic, right? If we were on code and we just weren't doing that, and we were only behind virtuous women who aren't into that shit, then we might be better off. Because once we start smashing these joints and hauling ass, we're certainly contributing to the issue. I know I did hella damage out here that I'm been trying to reverse, but it's only but so much you can do, right? We've taken some souls, unfortunately. So.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll wait. Go
ahead. You go ahead, bro.
Why are we acting like men fucking women is doing damage to them? Like sex is some value loaded exchange. You get as much dick from me as I get pussy from you. So what's fair ain't no robbery. Just because dudes out here fucking women or sleeping with women without a long-term plan, they are okay with that. Now, if you're saying if the assumption is that when men do this, that we're doing this like with some nefarious or malicious ends in part as a whole, then I have to categorically and vehemently push back there, because that's not what it is. If I go out here and fuck 10 bitches and they all want to fuck me, and I'm not lying to them, I'm not selling them dreams, how am I doing damage to them? I'm actually helping them because they want some dick. I want some pussy.
So hold on, let me respond to that real quick. The only reason, all right, so one of your main gripes that you brought up just now was that a woman had 2 to 3 miles of dick, and that was problematic for you. So if that's problematic for you, the what would be the remedy, right? Because how did that problem arise in the first place? From a bunch of men dipping the sausages into the sauce is what created that problem. That was your first gripe.
Bunch of men do it. That's what started the problem. So
okay, so what we're doing, we're shifting the blame only to the women, right?
No, we're not shifting the blame only to women. Where men can come into places that they can make sure they talk to women and say, hey, you understand, like the way we moving ain't gonna work for you later on down the line, because we just got some casual shit going on. You may meet a nigga that really likes you, but when he finds out that you was a casual pass around and you done had a bunch of FWBs, he'll look with you different. But at the same time, that's not my responsibility. That's on her and her father. So there's
we're not trying to argue that. Well, we're not trying to argue that.
No, we dig that.
We're saying that if that was an option, that the men are upfront and honest. There is a study out there that indicates that when men are doing that, being upfront and honest about, hey, look, it ain't going nowhere, I just want to box, the chances of them reaching the outcome they want sexually drops about 60 to 70%. So men are kind of not doing that.
Yeah. So, Diamond, you want us to be honest with women who don't come in honest? who come in on
Well,
on the
I don't
line.
want you to yield your standards to the standards of a woman. If a woman lowers her standards, I expect for us to be men and leaders and still hold our standards. So we should be able to keep our
No,
honesty regardless of a woman that's not honest. If we want to
yeah,
call
I'm
ourselves
gonna tell you right now. I'm not gonna be honest with a hoe. I'm gonna lie to a hoe because a hoe don't deserve shit from me. Nothing. So if I deem you a hoe, if I categorize you as a hoe, you get no truth from me. Now you're a real one. I'll be honest with you. I'll be upfront with you. I'll be forthright with you. But I'm not gonna sit there and trust a hoe. I don't expect the hoe to
Well,
trust me
that's what
because
we're talking about. We
I'm
talking
not gonna
about
be
women who are not hoes that actually
Yeah,
want
but
relationships. So
again, did you not hear what I said earlier? I said most of these women are prostitutes and hoes.
well, can
Most
you
of
give me
them.
the stats or numbers to substantiate that? Because I think we just
Yeah,
blowing.
I say about 75% of these heifers are hoes.
So 75% of the women are whores.
Yes, sir.
That's
That's what
high.
I said.
Wait,
Y'all
dog,
Damn.
I can give you a stat that
sorry,
says the average
y'all
woman
better get you
sleeps
some.
with
That
Y'all
don't
better
even
get y'all. You
mathematically
better get
sound
you
right
some of
with
them
all of the
25%.
how many women are married in the United States. Are you talking about all the single women?
No. Hold on. Who you said the single was?
It's
We
a
Well,
got
I'm
lot of
married
hoes
asking
that's
you.
hoes.
married.
I'm just trying to get an
You got
accurate.
married hoes.
That's
All
why.
right, King.
What
What
percentage of them
what
end
is
in
the purpose of lying to
divorce?
them? What's the purpose of lying to them?
Well, Marcus, bro, you gotta look at it like this though. A lot of men have to lie to women. There's a very small group of men that can go tell women, like, listen, all I'm trying to do is smash, have a good time, we'll vibe, we can take trips, we can go eat. They not going for that with most men, but they will go for that for the men like that they looking for, like the guy that's their type, the one that's exciting, got the status, got a bag, take care of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, his experience with women, they'll take that from them. But a regular nigga could never. He got to go in bringing dates, candy and flowers to the first date. Good morning text. Now he got to do all that extra shit to convince her to settle for him because she can't get the dude she wants.
But those men, right? I understand that part. But those men, from what I've heard, they kind of argue that they want to keep the woman when they doing all of that. They not trying to just hit and move on. Am I mistaken? And they're not making that argument.
I don't.
Like the
I don't
argument
think
that I'm hearing is if
I
they do get this type of woman, that she's always gonna leave. She always gonna divorce them. She gonna leave. Like they not. So I still don't get why they would be lying. Because if they actually want to be with her, then they telling her maybe they could be together. If they don't want to be with her, she didn't plan on staying with them no way.
Yeah, I think that the game is different now. I think dudes are coming straight out and just saying, "Man, I just want to crack. I just want to kick it."
Actually, not.
Nah, I believe Willie on that one. Most dudes ain't really gonna be able to get that off. I
mean,
truly do
they might
believe
not be able to
that.
get it off, but that's what they're doing, though. You know what I'm saying?
Honesty is not there, like you think it is.
Yeah,
I think the
I'm saying,
honesty is coming from the opposite side. The women out here are honest, acting like
not in real
whores.
life. I would say, yeah, maybe not in real life, but just off the strength of what the internet is, niggas is definitely doing that. You know what I'm saying? They shooting they shot and seeing if she gonna go or not.
that's
And they
internet
just
niggas, Viz. That's just the dudes you see. We look at the majority of men. 80% of niggas are invisible. Those are the dudes that have to come out here and lie and you're saying keep up do the representative game, pretend like they something they not to keep a woman's attention. The other 20%, they may be doing it, but again, we can't speak to the minority. The majority of men don't have the ability to go up to a woman and be 100% honest as to what their intentions are with them.
Why he don't have the ability?
Why don't they? Because they don't have the value. Wait,
the ability or the
no,
ball?
they don't. No, I'm sorry, they don't have the luxury. If we play the semantic game, but they don't have the ability to do it successfully. To go tell a woman like, "Hey, listen, I'm just trying to smash," even though I'm only a Walmart manager and I have 2-3 kids, and I'm not a college graduate. I'm not your ideal guy, but I still want to fuck you because my dick works and you're pretty.
So
like,
what does that do? What does that do, Will? Whenever a man, because he believes all of women are hoes, what is he doing indirectly? He's turning everything into a transactional relationship.
Wait a second.
And then you get guys like Hank that says all of them are transactional.
Well,
all relationships are transactional. What are you
I mean
talking about?
transactional on the sexual transaction.
Wait. To be clear,
What do you think men get with women just to be platonic?
Yeah, I think I agree with Kenny, which is wild. But I just want to be clear. I don't believe that all women are hoes. I do believe that a large majority, I would say 51% of them are or have been, but I'm not going to sit here and say that the majority of women are currently hoes now.
No.
As far as relationships being transactional, Kenny is absolutely right. Women's feelings are attached to a mood. And like that mood is how they feel now based on, a bunch of different things. Like, when was the last time he did something for me? What's he do to me? So if everything is you have to maintain that shit. Like, you have to maintain the things that make that woman like you. Women all the time say, don't introduce me to a vibe you can't maintain. That's because if you can't maintain it, she won't like you. But the dude that she actually genuinely wants, that man just has to breathe and she will be okay and be on his program. And that's just not the majority of men.
I think that I'll piggyback on what you said, Willie, because I think from Darwin's perspective, the assumption is that most women are wife material, and that's wrong. Most people are evenly matched.
That's not what I said.
No,
I don't think it's what he said.
I'm paraphrasing what I took from what you said, because your stance is coming from the fact that the female demographic, because they have a vagina, is just ready to be married. The statistics tell you that in this country, women are not mentally capable of holding down relationships long term. They're not wives. They're able to get married, but they're not able to sustain. I would say that from what Willie is saying, I'm not saying I don't know if I agree with this or not, but 80% of men don't exist or don't give women what they, I guess, desire. I would argue that's mutual on both ends, because 80% of women are basic, they're immature, they're erratic, they're neurotic. They don't have the maturity to maintain a relationship of the magnitude of marriage. Most can get married, but
What,
you can.
do you
See,
know what
Darwin, right after your response, we're gonna run a clip.
Do you know what the term idol means?
Idol.
So the women who haven't been raised to be married, or they haven't jumped over to the extreme of being promiscuous, I consider those women idle. And when I say idle, they're in an ideal situation to where they meet a man who can determine whether they actually are suitable for marriage. And the only way to do that is to actually position yourself as a male suitor and I'm gonna use one of Trav Smooth's word, malleable. If she's impressionable enough so you can push her towards being wife material out of the idle position. But what happens if we're coming in finessing, more often than not, we're pushing her to the promiscuous phase in the transactional side, because men by default coming in are not even looking to get into a marriage in those circumstances. So what does she do? You tell her that you might be, but internally you're not. And then it becomes a sexual transaction, and then you're off to the next, and then she's off to the next guy to gamble there.
Well,
so it becomes a repeated cycle.
You're killing your own argument, because if you're in the presence of a woman who really holds herself to a wife standard, there's no.
I didn't say she held herself to a wife standard. Remember, I said she was idle.
Okay, so in the idle position, if she was more on one side, if she's idle and she's malleable, as you said, I don't think that any man could position her to lower her standards or manipulate.
Oh yeah, a woman who's malleable in an idle position can be pushed either left or right.
But all right, we're gonna try to run this clip real quick.
Go ahead, clip it out, cut it out.
Can't have a 9 to 5.
What? Why not? You don't want to have an honest job.
I hate her voice.
I mean, he could be a hustling entrepreneur.
So you want him to be you want CEO status?
Yes.
Okay, he can't
So
like he can't clock in and clock out.
No.
Damn,
I
be
think
Simone.
entrepreneurs should date entrepreneurs.
Okay, but still, there's people who have really good jobs with vocational skills. If he's a mechanic,
I'm sure, but no, you're not going to understand my lifestyle. You're not going to understand why I'm up at 3 a.m.
Damn, you making this hard for me. Okay, all right.
You know, he has to be an entrepreneur,
a business owner. He getting one of them stimulus packages from Donald Trump, one of them small business loans, and he ain't buying jewelry with it.
Or moving into that direction.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I'm a good dad. You're not a good dad because you don't respect me. How the you showing these kids you a good father and you don't respect their mother? You're not a great dad, my nigga.
No. You're doing too much. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, she sounds like a turkey.
The fact that Martin Luther King is the man that fought for freedom, or the fact that he was cheating on his wife?
That is triggering.
Yeah, for
well,
sure.
I'm a good dad. You're not a good dad because you don't respect me. How the you showing these kids you a good father and you don't respect their mother? You're not a great dad, my nigga.
No. you're doing too much. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, she sounds like a turkey. Listen to that. Gobble. Since you're an entertainer, very good one. But it's not like, in times of national emergency, the country turns and says, what's going on Wild 'N Out? What's B. Simone saying? All it takes for you to come down to reality, B. Simone, is one wrong post. You are one viral video away, one internet canceling away from being back at Forever 21 selling shit.
Just my finances. Like the budgeting, you see how I am nitpicking every little thing. I've never been like that. We were in Bloomingdale's yesterday. I'm like, we have to go to H&M.
Yeah.
Like I notice it in me now, just nitpicking. And it's not even, I just don't have it like to spend the liquid. Yeah. I'm used to having liquid. I'm used to seeing a certain amount in my account. But
B. Simone's biggest mistake was not being humble with her blessings. When she was at the top of her game, she forgot where the fuck she came from. She was very fleshy, very fleshy. And now, when shit turned upside down, now it's Jesus.
So y'all, I look a freaking mess because I have been in this room weeping, crying. Do you hear me? This is my meditation prayer room. It is an absolute mess, but I've ordered so much stuff off Amazon because I'm redecorating it, reconstructing it. And if y'all want to see the details of that, it's on my YouTube. I've been vlogging the whole journey, but I found my journal and my diary from 2014. It's literally the 10-year anniversary this month. My first journal entry was September 19th, 2014. I'm gonna read y'all some of this, and this is why writing and manifesting and putting it down and writing down the vision and making it plain is so important. I'm literally gonna do a whole podcast episode on this because I want to read a lot of this, but I'm gonna share a little bit with y'all.
I retract my statement. I bring her down to a
Hey,
5.5.
what was y'all
definitely a
she was
5.
goddamn-
Hey, I'll just put it in the chat. She definitely a 5 right there.
Man, y'all was all on the gas calling that girl a 6 or a 7.
No, I think she only low because she got a little. She gained it. Like now she low, but before she wasn't a 6.
No, dog. That bitch is ugly. She got all that. She looked like she got some bad acne. She was scratching and wasn't taking care of her goddamn skin.
Hey, really? Anytime I see a woman's place and it's dirty, I automatically look. She's a 5 because women are clean. Like good women are clean. Like that messy shit is for niggas. Like we can have that, and you're saying we organize. You know what I'm saying? We straighten. We don't clean up. Whatever. Anytime I see a woman's house like that, it's always of a certain character of women that live like that. Because again, unless one of these beautiful people in the chat wants to argue with me, you'll never see an attractive woman living like that. Like when talking about inside, outside, attractive, they never live like that, bro. Ever.
No, I gotta get some pushback on that one, bro. I know some bad digs that live in filth.
So then why are they still bad to you? Because remember my point was they good inside and outside. So if they live like that and you a woman living in filth, how can she still be bad? Like, why does that qualify as bad for you still?
But I mean, we're basing this off of looks, right?
No,
not a
filth, right?
You say what?
You said some bad ones that live in filth.
Yeah.
So again,
they physically look good, but when you go to their house, yeah, their cars are filthy, the house is filthy. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, so then to my point, the women that are good on the inside and out, that look good on the inside and outside, a good looking woman on the inside is not living like that. So maybe if you're just talking about physical, then cool, yeah, but that's not what I was talking about. I don't know any good women who live or look like that or even present themselves to the world that way. Anecdotal as that may be, I think that I may be blessed to not be around a bunch of ratchet bitches, but the way that she just was proud to display her domicile, that's wild to me. Like, y'all was calling that lady, you just said 6 and 7. Like she's regular. Like she's regular, but was on Wild and Out for a couple seasons.
She's worse than that because I've actually seen clips of her talking about how she don't like to shower daily. You know what I'm saying? Just all those terrible comments that she's made. Like, listen, bro. The woman
one thing
is
I'm not gonna do is discuss.
Always been discussed.
Is like debate something about a musty motherfucker. Like that's wild.
You feel me?
Like respect to the men. I didn't notice that this was a thing until I went to the military on how someone's perspective on bad is really where they come from. Because Cass was saying, "Yo, she bad," and again, you know, where I was raised, it's a different perspective. Like some of the girls be like gorilla looking chicks and these dudes be pressing them. I'm like, really? B Simone is basic, yo. Like, I don't care where you put her. This girl is basic. That's why I was saying when JR was on the panel, I'm like, are you serious? If we wouldn't talk about her, we wouldn't talk about her if she was not on a screen.
B Simone don't have ass.
On JR, he wouldn't date her.
Wait, wait. So I want to ask the panel a real quick question. It's just a simple yes or no will help. Are we saying that a woman can be bad if she doesn't have ass and titties? Like, is that what we're agreeing?
Depending on your preference.
Hell yeah, for sure.
Would it be
Sally
the preference?
Sally,
you can't
Sally
be bad
Richardson.
with no ass to me.
Sally
you got a
Richardson.
flat ass, you can't be bad.
As M. White said earlier, I just realized how vain I am. Because I had no idea B Simone didn't have ass. That would have been my first pushback. Like she built like a capital letter P. She built like a Puerto Rican. So like,
I'm saying though, most supermodels that would arguably be considered a 9 or a 10.
I wouldn't date. I don't like them.
I'm sorry, but we're not talking about
those are titty pinks though, man. Nobody gives a shit about them titty.
We're not talking about like the non-melanated spectrum. We're talking about for black men and the men that
you can't be bad without titties. You can be pretty, you can't be bad.
Yeah,
you need ass at least.
Part of your aesthetic is your body, and if you built like an immature, you got an immature boy body, like you got a cute face, you can't be bad. I don't see.
Yeah, y'all be bad as hell, bro.
It is what it is. You just pretty.
It's the preference.
I mean,
you can't be bad with an ugly face.
I'm not attracted to women that are built like teenage little boys. So I just don't think that qualifies as bad. But then in her spot, like she don't have ass, and she annoying, and she don't take baths, and she saying that shit she said about fathers and all that other like, and her voice sound like that, bro. Hell no.
She think too much of herself.
Man, one of you niggas open up.
Hey, Viz. I'm sorry, I call him man Vic. Hey, Viz, and another thing, the girl's still putting a part in a goddamn eyebrow. I thought we stop that in 96.
Bro, and that's makeup. It ain't even a real part. It's makeup.
Hey,
it ain't?
Three cuts in your eyebrow trying to wild out.
That's what I'm thinking.
I haven't seen that since Big Daddy Kane, Viz.
I'm surprised.
I think we got derailed a little bit. We kind of fell off the topic at hand.
Yeah, I forgot what the question was.
God damn.
Trey, what's the question?
Hey, Darwin, I'll let you go. Darwin, what did you hear?
I mean, I just heard a woman who got humbled, pretty much. She let time catch up with her, and that's typically what happened. Is what's happening with most of these women today. I mean, that's it. She could have.
Damn.
I mean, as bad as y'all said, subjectively,
damn,
she doesn't look all that attractive.
Hey,
crazy.
Oh, she look crazy now. Damn.
It's also
she had her run, she had her prime. I mean, it might not have been the best prime to be measured
now it's kind of a struggle.
Well,
she had opportunities, she just blew it. That's all it is.
But
I'm saying though, fellas. So realistically,
let me say one thing though, Viz. What I did hear how she listed out the things that she wanted from the man that would qualify to be with her, and I think she knows that she can't qualify for him. I think she knows that she's punching out of her weight class. It's just that she has so many enemies that want to see her with an average guy or a guy that she don't desire because she made so many enemies, and she's trying to get validation from women. She's not even worried about male validation right now. She's just trying to get validation from women, and she don't want her enemies to see her suffer by selecting somebody who's not some of the things she listed, entrepreneur, making all this $250,000 or whatever salary he's making. So
Darwin, the girl is batshit crazy. You didn't see her with the bleach talking about, I used to have this type of money in my account and I'm tripping out. That's like them ladies you see on Fifth Avenue that lost it all, that's bugging out, that just need that crack pipe to make it go away. Do you see the trauma in her eyes?
Yeah, I ignore all that.
So
You
check this out.
Come on, Lemon Pepper.
So, right. This is what I wanted to ask y'all
irrelevant.
though. I wanted to ask the panel something. So this is where she is right now. This is absolutely a woman that we would dodge by any means necessary, right? You keep that out of your roster. Don't touch it. Just leave it alone, right? Now, how I care about society, right? Like a lot of times when I look at these situations, I try to be solutions based. And let's just say us as men, how do we avoid these women from even being created? What do we do? What do we do? What is it that we do? From
we can't
like, all right, because look, listen, we know we avoid her, but a lot of women are ending up like this. A lot of our women are ending up like this in a faster rate than any other women are ending up like this, and we know it, right? So what I'm saying is that for our society to flourish, it would take some of us to do something about it, to try to get ahead of it. Are there any suggestions on something that we could do, or are we just going to say, fuck it, fuck our children, fuck our grandchildren? True, we got that. We know.
That's all we got to do.
That's
well,
it.
we first got to know what the circumstances that caused her to be in the situation she in. Like, was it indeed
are you
her,
gonna blame it on the man?
upbringing? Was it her not having like?
Well, see, it's not about blame. It's not about blaming it on the men per se.
I didn't say blame it on the men.
It's a bunch of men. It's a bunch of men over here exchanging ideas tonight. So what we want to do is try to see what it is that we can do on our part, right? Because the women gonna do what they do sometimes, right? But we supposed to be guiding our women anyway. So if anything is gonna go down, it's gonna go through us, right? So that's all we're trying to say. Like,
Trev, can I say
what can we do?
something too?
Sure.
So Trevor, let me give my advice real fast. Most of these women are not willing to listen, and it's not for the man to guide them. It's not our job to guide them. You know who should be guiding them? Elder women. They're not going to listen to us as men. First of all, most of them going to look at us like we the enemy, or like Darwin said, we the blame for the reason why they so fucked up in the head about relationships. Because one man.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I can't let you mischaracterize me and put words in my mouth. If I wanted to say women were to blame, I'm the most.
Darwin, let him finish.
Hold on,
let me finish.
First of all, you can't say I said that and then ask to be finished. You could take that shit back. I didn't never say
you said look at. We need to look at the mirror. It's our fault that we're doing these women like.
That's the words that came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Yes,
no, that
Darwin,
ain't what I said. Try again.
Okay, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying then. So when you got situations like that, they don't listen to us men. They barely listen to elder women. That's who really needs to be teaching them. The elder women who has what they're looking for, has the lifestyle that they desire. That's who they need to be really listening to. Now, for those women who don't desire that, who don't want that, let them be. Everybody's not going to make it. We can't drag everybody across the finish line. We're wasting our time. We need to educate the ones who are ready to get on the ship and ready to go. We need to take the young girls and allow the mothers and the elder women to teach them so we can bring them along. Put our imprint. The ladies need to put their imprint on them now while they can, while they're still young and naive and willing to learn. Once they get to women like B. Simone age, she's done for. Now, can she be humble? Yes. Is there a chance for a change? If she's willing to, or if she's gonna fall back to her default mode and continue to be stubborn and say, well, I'm gonna be able to bounce back. I can get what I want to. Keep lying to themselves, keep deceiving themselves, thinking they gonna make a change, but all in a while, she's just trying to get a little bit more money in the bag so she could come back up. She ain't really trying to look for a real relationship, a real marriage, because if she was, she might not have been knocking down that blue collar man that Nick Cannon was talking to about. She might would have gave him a chance. But I promise you, if you come to right now, she'll still say, I don't want that blue collar man. I don't want him in no 9 to 5, him clocking out. He got to work overtime in order just to afford to do me anything. She's not going to want that because she still has that silly ass, childish, feminist mindset. I'll leave it there.
I wanted to say something too. Can y'all hear me too? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
I think because I was around when she said that last time when she said she didn't want a man who had a 9 to 5, but I didn't hear exactly what other people were hearing. Like when she said that I wanted a man who understood my lifestyle, I totally understood that. You know, I didn't think that she was saying, "Oh, you don't make enough money." I think she was literally saying like, "Yo, I want a man who I can up and go on a vacation with. Like he can plan out his next week and we can just go, we can dip." She was saying that she wanted somebody who really understood how she was living. And it made sense to me as an entrepreneur. You know, maybe other people took it a certain way, but I didn't think that she was downing certain, men who had a 9 to 5. I think she was just saying that's not what works for me. It doesn't, mesh with my lifestyle. And I see her going through this situation now. And I didn't watch all the videos that y'all watched, but from what I gathered, I definitely saw that she said she was starting to shop at H&M and she couldn't really get the things that she used to get. She was shopping at H&M now. I think as an entrepreneur, if you've ever been an entrepreneur, we all go through that. We all go through, especially if you've ever made a large sum of money. You have to understand. You have to go through your bumps and bruises. Oh snap! I gotta pay taxes. Okay, like these things are like real. Like we really gotta go.
That's a personal problem.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely her problem. It's not your problem. But the thing is, anybody who's ever made a large sum of money on this panel I guarantee you they understand like making money, losing money, and then having to get it back again, right? A lot of people have never done that. A lot of people have never B Simone. I'm telling you, at her prime, she was probably making almost close to $10 million a year. Maybe between 5 and 10 million. At least that was her earning potential. Like she could have definitely made some good money. And if you're not aware of taxes and investing, that's going to get you real fast. So right now she's probably going through that phase of like, oh, I owe the IRS, got to pay them back, get on a payment plan. I can't be doing what I used to do. But the thing is, it's all about some people never supposed to have that money, but other people, if you really were supposed to have that money, you're going to get it back. So I'm not one of them people that's going to kick her while she's down because she's going through something that entrepreneurs go through. But I don't know what else y'all was watching though. I didn't see everything else, but I know just from that part of I was up here and now I'm down here. It's a part of the plan. So
I was watching Life humble her. Life humbled her.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw
poor financial decisions humbled her. Her lack of being able. I watched that Nick Cannon show. You're unable to put money aside and find the thing that is precious to you that will keep you over the hump of money. She got the outcomes that she wanted by her behavior. You can't deal with someone that's willing to love you. You put a dollar value before the things that are truly important. And you watch a woman hysterical, looking all crazy out here, using things. That has nothing to do with entrepreneurial. You make your money, you pay your taxes, you do what you're supposed to do. That gets dissected from what you need to make your house a home. She spoke to Jason Wilson. She spoke to Nick Cannon. She spoke to Ayanla. She spoke to a bunch of people that gave her a framework that could possibly work in her benefit. Guess what she did? She rolled that off her shoulder and actually gave them the 1-2. And then she got in that position where she can't spin the block and go back to them because they gave her sound advice and said, reach out and let me be coachable to me. She did none of that. She laid into her friends, the yes people that was getting their little their little 5s and 10s, their little shekels, and they watch her discombobulate. And when you have stuff, because I've been in that position when I had a lot, you have people around you that's there for the getting. And if you're not wise enough to see it, when that getting is gone, you'll see them dissipate like roaches. They fed her ego. They fed that superficial need that she had, and then they watching and laughing as she's up there with a white face talking about she has to shop at H&M. That has nothing to do with your entrepreneurial spirit, because if you're a business owner, you got to save your nickels and dimes. You got to pay your taxes because you got nothing to fall back on. So we're not gonna let her get off at that. She's superficial at best.
She also the same one that got sued for plagiarism, right? Because she stole a book, wrote somebody else's book, plagiarized it. You know what I'm saying? Made a bunch of money off of it and got sued for it. Come on, man. Like,
Law, I'm gonna ask
she
real
made
quick.
her bid.
But Law, real quick, because how much? Oh, wait, hold on. How much do you know about that case, Law?
Shit, I know just what I said.
Okay, so you didn't really actually deep dive into it or anything like that.
I ain't do a super deep dive, but I know that's
Okay.
We know more to it.
Yeah, because I think that's unfair to look at the outcome of like a civil litigation or something like that and assume somebody's guilty. I don't think that's reasonable or fair to do
She
that.
apologized for it.
Yeah, but you don't know really. We don't know the real context. We don't know if we would. Hold on. We don't know if we would reasonably look at that case and be like, oh, she purposefully meant to plagiarize this entire thing, or maybe her team did it, or maybe we don't really know the details of that. So I do think that it's unfair to kind of like do that, especially because you know how many men dealing with like great cases and all that type of stuff, and we don't really know the details of what really actually happened, even if they settled and all that type of stuff. So I just wanted to say that. That's all.
I want to go back to
real dope. Even if she did it on purpose or she didn't do it on purpose, it's still plagiarism. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but for us to come at it like, for us to pile on top of like, yeah, and she did this and she did that, like, come on, that's corny. Especially if you don't know what happened. Yeah, she played.
All right, I dropped the ball, is what she said about.
They're showing her character, right?
B. Simone
That's the thing.
has
It
been
may
under
not show her
fire
character
lately.
if her team
Now
did.
the comedian and entrepreneur has to explain why her book, Baby Girl, Manifest Your Life You Want, has become the topic of a plagiarism scandal. On Monday, she took the Instagram where she claimed that the plagiarized portions of the book were done by an outsourced company. So you're not even handling your business right?
Well,
you know you dropped the ball, right?
People,
what you mean?
Most people that write books, they have someone else write it though. Like that's very, very much so common.
Yeah,
Hey,
I just don't want us to be corny about.
Shouldn't be writing books.
Real dope. Let me ask you a question. Would you?
That's not most people that write books.
Would
most
you
people
date
that write
that?
books actually write them.
Most celebrities. My bad, Marcus. Most celebrities that have books, someone else writes the book.
Hey Viz, this is a hill that you don't want to stand on. It's proofread, it's proofread, and then it's ran through the proper channels before it's put out. So that
We don't know if it was
doesn't
ran
happen.
through the proper channels. We don't know if it was ran through the proper channels.
Real dope.
Yeah,
Would you date her?
if she has the capital to be able to go to a publicist or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They're just gonna just run it through. They're not going to see if it's plagiarized or whatever the case may be. They're going to receive it. They're going to get it from whoever wrote it. Look at it. All right, the edit looks good. All right, we're going to push it out.
Okay, so
why wouldn't you date her?
Improper. Sorry about that, Marcus.
Yeah, why wouldn't you date her, real dope?
She's not my type. For one, I don't think she don't got the body type for me. In the last video we seen, it looked like she crashing out, like she like she crazy, like she fully in her crazy stage. I don't like she physically is not my type. Plus, like I'm one of them people who think she's very annoying when I hear her talk, and then she like cut everybody off, and she do that fast thing. And she thinks you're funny. She's just not my type. I don't want to,
So you got the same sentiment as most of the men. Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I wouldn't date her. But I just was saying, like, I'm always about being fair, and I think that yes, she's always going to be responsible for whatever her name is attached to, but at the same time, for us to come at her character because act like I'm going to take somebody's stuff and not get them credit for it, that may not have been the case. It may have been something where I trusted somebody to do something for me, and they didn't come through, and now I'm learning a lesson from it. That's all. I don't know what it is, but I'm just
more so pointing out the way she carries herself. This is the same woman that's crying because she can't shop at Bloomingdale's anymore. She has to shop at H&M. Well, guess what? Some people can't shop at all. You dig what I'm saying? Like get out of here with that superficial bullshit. She's just carrying on more things that show why a lot of people don't like her. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just more of that. She also, in that same interview, talked about how she was upset. She was upset that she couldn't take credit for an opportunity one of her friends got. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Come on.
and that's the whole thing. Like, you got to understand how out of touch you are sometimes. Like, there's people. I'm watching videos of children fighting for rice while there's missiles flying in the air, busting up the buildings in the background. And for her to say, "Oh, I got to shop at H&M right now," and these little kids ain't got no shoes on, it's like, what you mean, bro? Like, see, you don't even understand. Most people in real life is H&M. That's most people in real life if they lucky. Right, we talking about 2/3 of Americans live in check to check, and regardless of, and she took the money when she was getting it. She didn't care about whatever it was that how she got it. You got to take the good with the bad. If you don't understand how to write a book, you should at least take the time to understand the proper channels. There's a wealth of information available on the internet. If you that's just lazy and being irresponsible, right? When you don't take the time to do that, you just saw another bag, another opportunity. And I get it, but when you don't run a business like a business is supposed to, and you have the means to pay for people that really do know what it is, or study, if you don't do your own research, it's a problem. If you're not looking behind your accountants, it's a problem. And I'm going to hold you responsible for it. If you lose your money, it's your fault. You have to be held accountable for your actions. What she was doing on that end of it is her fault, because there was resources available for that never to have happened to her. If she going to take the good with the money, then she's gonna take the bad when it's time to go too.
What did she blame for? What did she blame?
Exactly.
Name anybody?
Yeah, she said it
no,
was,
but she's worried. She's doing that worries me shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about for the book short? For the book joint, I think she did. Go ahead, Law.
Yeah, hold on. I got it pulled up.
Yeah.
She was saying she reached out directly to every content creator, and even though it was not intentional, she was very sorry. And what happened was, she didn't realize it was being plagiarized.
Yeah, she made a mistake.
We hired a team that we trusted.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That happens a lot with celebrities, again, that write books, ebooks, whatever the case may be. They're going to have somebody else write it because she don't know how to write a damn book.
Not right though, right?
Hold on. So let me try to get some clarity out of this. Are y'all saying this woman wrote a book? It was plagiarized. She got sued. Now she can't shop the way she wants because she lost all her money.
Well, no, this is not this is just one of her things that went wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's something that did happen.
What is the catalyst for her not being able to continue maintaining the lifestyle?
She's supposedly a comedian, not really that funny. She was on Wild and Out, and she's an internet personality.
She had a popular podcast with her best friend, or one of her best friends, that was seemingly on the rise, and then due to her personality and her best friend's personality, they start beefing. And some of the things that B. Simone is like that we have an issue with, she also couldn't maintain that friendship, so that went on a decline. And while she was at the height of her career, she took shots at a lot of people, so she didn't make friends on the way up too. Yeah. So all of that stuff on this, like she was supposed to be on Joe Budden podcast on one point. Like she had.
Real quick, I just want to know who in the fuck is reading the B. Simone book. Like that's the problem. Like that is wild. Like who?
But that's the point down there though.
I'll be good. You goddamn if I spend one of my Audible credits that I get from Amazon a month on a fucking B. Simone book.
I think you got to look at the reality of the people that her fans. They have a different reality than you, so they might read it.
Exactly. The only way that she was able to accumulate the wealth that she did was by her having a following, right? By her
tribal following too.
By her dissing whoever she dissed while she was coming up. You know, there's a demographic of people, of women, that get off by that shit. So somebody was like, hey, we riding this wave right now. Let's do a book. Yeah, let's do a book. I know a person. And they just sent it off to somebody and sent it back to her and put her name on it. That's how the game works.
Yeah, you got to, and that's the thing about business, is like building a team, and your team can make or break you. You got to build it. You need a tax strategist. You need a accountant. You need this. You need that. You need all of these things.
and they have the power to make and break you. But that's why you got to build a good team, and when you have one, you don't let it go. So a lot of people build bad teams because they don't know how to team build. They're not actual leaders, right? And I don't like how we kind of like saying like, oh well, she's crashing out, she's crying. Like my girl will cry over a fucking her meal not being right. Oh, they brought me out the wrong thing. She start crying. We know how women are. They're emotional. Like us, we'll go through something like this, and we like, all right, it is what it is. We about to start building back up. But girls won't cry about it because they're not as strong as they say. They're not us. They're different. They're gonna cry about it every second, and they're gonna complain.
We can understand that,
But
right?
the issue we have with her is she's an obnoxious woman.
That doesn't make it that we don't have to accept it or we don't have to choose it. The same way women should know that men necessarily aren't going to be emotional. We're going to be more logical. They can understand that, but still not have to accept it. Just because we understand that women are soft and they cry babies, don't mean that we have to choose that for ourselves, especially when it comes at such a exponentially more annoying rate with a woman like B. Simone. Like her being emotional and all that shit, like bro made her sound like a turkey when Kevin Samuel was doing that sound. Like, and then her voice, like who wants to wake up to that? Like, fellas on the panel, who would choose B. Simone over the women they got right now?
I don't think nobody.
This is the thing, right? All of y'all women are regular as far as being a celebrity. I'm saying they probably look better. You know, we're not gonna disrespect nobody, old lady. But y'all have regular women that can't put you in positions, you know, it put you in rooms with some other sort of celebrities to give you opportunities. Not one of y'all said y'all would take that lady over take B. Simone over y'all women. That should tell you everything. Like this whole conversation should be buttoned up right there. Like she is cooked. The Father Time and Gravity and the IRS are undefeated. And all three of them niggas are jumping her right now. So
that's funny.
Hey, Willie, somebody
whose fault is this? I know Real Dope is.
It's her fault.
I guess saying we shouldn't pile on this heifer.
No,
let this heifer live. No, man. Look, this is what you call reality. And so this is what that we keep talking about. This is the reality she got to face. I don't have no sympathy for the heifer. She surely don't have the sympathy for the deceased when she was talking about Martin Luther King, how bad of a father he was. Him being a husband ain't got to do with the father. That's two separate things. But she took shot at, and everybody thought she was wrong. Some people thought she was wrong. Some people thought it was funny. But now the shoe's on her foot. Now the rabbit got the gun. So whose fault is that she's going through what she's going through? She deserves everything she's getting right now. And I'm glad she's going through it. I'm happy the heifer is suffering. And I hope she continue to suffer with the rhetoric where she putting out and this bullshit she putting out. Look, why didn't she read the book before they put it out on the shelves? Why didn't she proofread her goddamn self? Why? She probably can't read. So why didn't she get books on tape or something? Let them motherfuckers read it to a dumbass. But I'm glad she's suffering. You said build a team. Somebody probably told her that you need to build a team. But she probably tried to go the cheap route, said, well, I'm going to save money and not build no team. I'm just going to let my auntie do it. Fuck that. Let her suffer.
I wouldn't wish ill on anybody, right? Or not many people. It's a couple people. Fuck them. But what I don't think is that we keep missing is like the same way that all of these B. Simone type bitches jumped on Chris Brown head after that shit, or any of these other men when they get accused of something and they just band together and say shit like, I don't need the facts. I'm standing, on her side. Look at Megan Thee Stallion. Look at the crazy Disney bitch, DDG babe, whatever her name is. Like the same way these women always saying clit ride these women when you're saying it's a man that's going against and the man is the one falling off and they're trying to uplift them. I have no issue with what Hink is doing right now, because at the end of the day, the only people who tend to get grace in these situations are women, and the men don't get grace, and it's because it's our fault. We're men. We're supposed to do shit, right? It's her fault that she put her name on a book that she's plagiarized by simple fact that she did it and she didn't do her own due diligence. She trusted people, and when you trust someone, that is literally part of the job. You can delegate responsibility, authority, but not responsibility. So she was overall responsible for that decision, and then she did the whole that. Her response was a PR statement. She didn't say that wasn't her writing, because anytime they say I hired someone who I thought I could trust, or I guess that's what PR people say. It's a second level deflection. That's all she was doing. Like that girl knew what she was doing. She wanted to get a bag and didn't think she was gonna get caught because she thought she was just, what do they say, too big for her britches. That girl's at the top of her fucking. She was at her peak and was shooting down at people and like punching down on folks. And now, like, what's the Tyler Perry might say? You're saying, ain't it funny how life come around? The same people you mistreat going up, you see them coming down. That's what's happening to her. Like, so I feel where he's coming from, but and I just don't want to wish too bad on her. But I'm also not going to hope that she gets any opportunities to recover, unless she earns them.
Yeah.
We got another clip about to come up.
Okay. She got to go through the process. It's part of the process. You go up, things come down. Get back up. I'm saying, get yourself up.
Black men can do to help their women heal is heal themselves. Because so many Black women are suffering through the trauma of the things that someone else's childhood went through. We are going through and trying to heal ourselves because y'all refuse to heal. So if you want to help Black women heal, focus on your own healing so much that you don't traumatize Black women. There's a line I say in one of my poems: women shouldn't have to be casualties to the growth of men, because after all them years getting used, y'all look for love and comfort in the same arms that y'all have beaten down and emotionally bruised. Y'all do so much, and then after y'all finish, be like, why don't our women love us? Y'all are destroying us. Go heal, and then come back and see if the healed version of you don't know how to love a Black woman properly. Because the more healing work that y'all do, the less damage y'all can do on us. The more healing work that y'all do for yourself, the less damage y'all can do on us. So that's
and also the more we can help y'all with what y'all got going on too. That's a fact.
Bro,
We got a
that's
tradition on the
him.
podcast.
Who's that roach with her on the podcast doing that Simpola?
He must be trying to smash, because what all that moaning and grin, that's oh man, I hate these little that saying deflated Derek Jackson faced ass nigga. I hate them, bro. Like what? Why?
That shit
Real
get
quick,
me mad.
Men can't hurt a woman unless that woman chooses him, right? So a lot of the times, as I said earlier, our intention isn't to hurt women. Our intention is to, you know what I'm saying, do what we agreed that we were going to do. And then they get hurt in the process because their feelings change. They don't want to have the conversation with us about those new feelings, those new expectations. And since you don't say shit to us, we just thinking everything is good. We think you cool fucking, you know what I'm saying, being FWB for 2-3 years. Like, you ain't said nothing different. Like, so to just think that men are inherently just damaging women, I feel like that deprives women of the opportunity to take accountability for the types of men that they're dealing with. Because if you're saying that the men that you guys are dealing with are the ones that are punching down, no, you're mad at us now after all the damage that other niggas have done. And be mad at them. Like, be mad at, them 5, 6, 30, whatever niggas that did you like that. But if you're lucky enough to have a man come into your life after the fact you done been through all this damage and choose you, shit, you winning. Because you can't blame him for what these other niggas did.
Hey, Marcus, I'm going to ask you a question directly.
Hold on, not only that, I want to jump on that real quick, Kenny.
I ask after.
Pause.
Yeah,
super pause on that shit.
Super pause.
Hey, yo, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Wait, who is talking so I can know who I'm
It was Law.
That was Law.
Right.
Stop snitching.
Hey,
dropping it down.
Hey,
We're just talking about you, Kenny.
Hey, but that whole conversation, I think with the whole healing thing, I think that is especially if it's a serious and committed relationship, whatever it is that man may be dealing with, if this woman actually cares about him, then she'll understand what it is that he's struggling with, and try to figure out a way to help him manage through that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that comes with an understanding of his experience, to where it's like, okay, unless he's maliciously doing this to me, then I understand why he reacts this way. To Hink's point earlier, maybe he speaks in a manner where it's very direct, but this woman wants a man to speak to him a lot softer, but that's not who he is or what he is. So I think that whole conversation now is like real sticky, because you're taken away from from learning who this person is and why they are that way. Because the same way that that man has something that he may need to heal from, that woman has something as well that that man has to deal with that she needs to heal from too. So I think it's a hand-in-hand thing where it's like, come back and heal so that you're not hurting me. Like that's a cop-out to me.
You know what? The ill part about it, Marcus,
and to jump on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lo. Go ahead, Lo.
I was gonna say, man, just to piggyback on that, it's like apparently in her eyes, all women are good in the relationships, and the men are the only ones that cause turmoil, issues that can have something to heal from. And apparently, we do all the damage, right? You know what I'm saying? Which makes no sense to me. And not only that, but everybody ain't got to heal. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got hurt in them. You know what I'm saying? They think everything is trauma. Trauma, come on, man. Let's stop with that. Go heal yourself. Wait, because you a jerk or an asshole every other day, and he don't want to be with you no more, so he need to go and heal. Is that what we talking about? It's like, come on, man. That's just like he said, like Willie said, it's a cop-out for them not to take accountability for themselves within a relationship. You know what I'm saying? If the relationship doesn't go right, I'm pretty sure it's because of two people within it.
The women that say shit like that always.
Kenny been trying to get in for like.
No, it's all right. But I'm gonna ask Trev, Marcus, and True.
I thought he was the
that
first one.
woman look like she deal with the 80% or the 20%? And two, does any part of what she was pitching out there look like she took accountability for her choosing?
She looked like she dealt with the 80%.
Yeah, 80%, and I don't think she took any accountability for her first thing.
Can we say that? Did we watch the full podcast?
Nah, but we could just go based off of the clip. What's your idea from what you saw?
Asking me.
Dope.
I'll speak on
real dope. Because he said that we watched the whole podcast. Yeah, well, what did you think of that?
The only reason I said that is because we were asking, did she take accountability? And just like with anything else in this world, people like a clip is a clip. Like they used to do that to Kevin Samuels. They used to say, "Oh, he's this and he's that," and he used to be like, "Yo, go watch the whole episode before you start talking that nonsense."
It's true.
So I'm always just going to be. I got to be fair. I got to be in the middle. I didn't watch the full podcast, so I can't say if she took accountability. And I'm telling y'all, like, I'm not attracted to Shorty. Like, I would never date Shorty. She's crazy. I don't think she's funny. I think she's annoying. But I gotta be fair with shit.
Okay,
well, let me see if I can get a stab at it. I think I think what happens is we get tied up in extreme takes that people have on clips. And we also got to be intelligent enough, as some of us are content creators, that people are going to be extreme so they can get some reach. So we got to kind of undo the clickbait. So maybe perhaps we should grant her the argument and just ask ourselves, have we been in a situation where we were jaded or we may have had trauma and it may have impacted the woman we were with, in order to try to effectively connect the dots on what she probably meant? Or we could just dismiss it and just say she don't have accountability like we do every woman. Or we have an opportunity where we could try to understand it and try to dissect it.
So I'll be the first to say, and I always do, in my previous relationships, I was the problem when I had problems, lies of omission, cheating, stuff like that, right? So yeah, in that specific clip though, which is what we were addressing, she put all the onus on the other party as the person that was hurting the people. So,
but I think we can all agree, because I think we can all collectively agree that she's reaching with that. But we can look at a portion of it and say, maybe some of what she's saying is true, and because it hurt her so much, she just jumped to the extreme. I know women that do that a lot. I've been in consultations where women will get hurt by one man, or she'll have one occasion where she's violated or whatever, or mistreated, and she'll go to the extreme and say, all men ain't shit and all this and all whatever. I mean, we see it all the time. That's why I said we got to be intelligent men and be able to know how women talk, be able to undo all that, and then try to just focus on what specifically is going on. I see a woman who, go ahead, Mike, because I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, ain't that what I said to you and you fought back on that shit? I said that to you, Bruiser, and you fought me on that shit. You said, no, that's extreme. That it only takes one man to ruin a woman. I said that. And you said, no, that's extreme.
Listen,
He
it don't take
literally
no
just said that to you.
It don't take no one man to ruin a woman. Just because
You
one
just
woman
gave an
gonna come.
example of the woman you consulted.
Facts.
You just gave
No,
an
but
example.
that's an anecdotal situation.
I think you guys
Anecdotal
are
situation. I'm not gonna look at one case and just chuck the deuces up to say all it takes is one man. No.
But why is it
think it's
always
fair to
women
say-
that look like her that say shit like this?
Yeah, I think you guys are giving men.
Well, I can lean towards that. That statement Willie said might be even more accurate. It's a plethora of women that may not be highly desirable that's dealing with this. And instead of saying that it's because I'm not highly desirable is the issue, they point to the man's trauma. So I would lean more to that than just letting her scapegoat on the man's bringing in unhealed trauma.
Hey, and to Trev's point, like he said, what can we do? I think men got to stop hitting average bitches and treat them like they're not average. Like you got to stop fucking anything.
Or
like, women are real quick to say a man will fuck anything, but it's always the anything that's saying it.
Or we can
go
back to what I stated earlier. We could try to be more upfront and honest. Because I'm telling you, it's a lot of these women that are thinking they're gonna get the prize, which is commitment, long-term relationship, all of that other stuff. It's fall head over heels for you. And it might not be y'all. It might be a particular type of, you got to have a particular experience with a woman to be able to sense that this woman has fell head over heels for you. If you're able to effectively push that energy to a woman, you could indeed finesse her out of her vagina, finesse her out of the experience that you wanted, and then move on.
I think you guys are giving too much credit to the men, and we're not focusing on the fact that most of these women are already socially engineered and predisposed to be trash mentally. They are socially engineered by their mothers. There are women who observe a woman who has a man and will observe that woman from their little itty bitty understanding of the world, that the mother didn't seem happy, even though she was married 35, 40 freaking years. It's not just men's fault. A lot of times, and we're going to keep it just on our community, there is a predisposition that a lot of women in the community have, just off rip. It's a lot of times very immature. A lot of times they have a perception that a relationship is supposed to be tailored to how I freaking feel and don't understand they function in the relationship. So half the time, it ain't men that is so finessing and ninjaing themselves into vagina.
Now, let me ask you a question, Dan.
What
if
happened?
you see a woman like that, it's like to be Simone, and you happen to lay with her, did you make the poor decision or did she make a poor decision?
You made a poor decision.
And I'm talking, and the interview is between me and you. She's not even in it. And I'm saying, who made a bad choice here, you or her?
I would say I would, but I'm speaking in a macro perspective. You're trying to make it in a sense singular, and
well, what I'm doing is I'm painting a picture that we often don't want to visit because of this disposition. We don't like to talk about our choices, a choice of women we choose to sleep with. We feel like there is no stain on our record for choosing trashy women, and so I think it's a matter of your reputation, your digital footprint, your image at all, depending on what plethora of women that you tap into, tells me a lot about you as a man. And if you fucking with trashy women, it's got a lot to do with you too.
But what about how
you gonna do what with?
What happened to this is why I don't believe in women's intuition, because these women out here fucking too many bums for women's intuition to be real.
It's
like
fake,
you
yeah,
said that for a guy, you know what I'm saying, he sleeps with trashy women. That says a lot about him. I don't necessarily agree, because men sleep with who they can, women sleep with who they want. Now, if a man married a trashy woman,
certain men sleep with who they can.
The majority of men sleep with who they can.
Well, that's
the overwhelming majority. So, and then since men marry who they want, if a man married someone that was trashy, I would say that would say way more than him if he stuck his dick in a girl who was crazy, or he stuck his dick in a hoe one time. Like, I don't think that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, Willie.
We don't
all
have
of y'all. All of y'all just said
y'all.
All of y'all just probably said the last two chicks that came on the screen, you wouldn't touch her with a fucking 10-foot pole. If you heard a guy say, "Yeah, I would wipe that up," how would you look at it? Or he would even touch her, or even waste his time and resources on her?
That his standards are lower than mine.
Exactly. So
I wouldn't look at him no type of way.
But we were talking about being in a relationship with versus like hitting. I'm pretty sure most people, if Simone would be quiet long enough, she can get hit. An old girl needs.
And you're making my point. So what I'm saying is, those guys, what you're doing is you're doing a disservice on both ends. If you know that she actually wants the end game to be marriage and commitment, even though she's a trashy woman, and you know that you don't want a wife her and do that, why even mess with her? There's so many other beautiful women out here that you can get down with instead of these trashy, emotionally unstable women.
Why ruin a good one?
Wait, I got a question. So what was wrong with the last chick aside from what she said?
It's subjective. I thought she was pretty decent. I knew she probably wasn't all that, but she was all right.
Nah, bro. She just
Yeah,
to me like that. I
Put her
burn
back up
sage
again,
every day. I burn sage every day. You know what I'm saying? The baby locks, like all that earthy shit. Those women always have the same types of rhetoric when it comes to black men. Like
Trev, put her back up. Can I see her?
I can't.
Nah, some of them be
I can't,
cool,
I can't. I can't say that. I can't
some,
say that.
not the majority.
I
though.
can't say
You're
that.
right. Some do.
Yeah,
Y'all
man,
wanted the clip back up.
Nah,
I
chocolate
just want
sister,
to
she
see
fine.
Black
She
women
just
can better
ideology.
support black men by not judging them by their
for
accolades
me,
or acts of
hey,
service.
listen.
I
For
think
me,
that we
it's
need
more
to look
so
at black men
what she
beyond
said that
their
takes her
earning.
out the run. She's not a bad looking chick.
I think
What-
she
what
prettier than
she's
B
saying.
Simone, to be honest, because that's
She
natural.
look better
She
than B.
prettier than B
Simone.
Simone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all day.
Hey,
I think she'll get us
Shorty
at least a 6.
She looked like she smelled like cocoa butter.
I think that
boy.
black women can better support black men by not
Anybody
judging
got
them by their accolades or acts of service. I think that we need to look at black men beyond their earning capital.
Right.
Because we are living in a country that is systematically trying to oppress black men financially. A black man may never be able to step into my shoes and do what I do and make what I make. Don't fall for what they're trying to do to make you feel like your man ain't if he don't have what you have or he don't make what you make. I think that the first way we could better support black men is stop looking at their pockets before their characters and hearts.
Hey, I think.
like
Hold on.
poets.
Oh, surprise!
Y'all be having
Surprise!
the bars.
I might have to spin the block on that.
Oh, that's
See,
good.
now
Yeah.
you see.
Yeah, that's a
It
clip
take
right
you long
there.
enough to
Yeah, they
properly
gonna
let
love
her
that.
out to be able to see her.
So real
true
quick,
beauty.
I definitely wanted to ask you a question. I want to want to address that, but I don't think that we effectively answered the question. Women shouldn't have to be casualties to the growth of men. So I want to know, honestly, from each one of the men on the panel. You could be short, answered, medium, whatever. Just do what you do. But I'll be the first to admit that I have absolutely been have made a woman a casualty of my growth. Like some of the women that I've encountered before, I am today. I definitely did some damage. I want to know from each one of the men on the panel if you feel like this was you at some point, or you have done this.
Can I
We
say
can start.
something?
We could just go. Yeah. But I definitely want everybody
I'm
to
gonna answer the
kind of
question,
answer before we go into responses to each other. But just whatever you feel about that, and that's it.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, I'm definitely part of somebody trying a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll go into detail when you're ready for me.
All right, bet.
Like
I said
the answer is
detail.
yes, and it was probably 3 women.
Marcus, what you say? I couldn't hear you.
I say yes, and it was probably 3 women.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a dog when I was younger. I for sure broke some hearts.
Okay. Kenny?
Hell no.
Yeah, I done got hit in the lip by a chick playing with her heart. She had a
Hank?
heart that day. Yeah.
Word. Hank?
Yeah, I was a nasty motherfucker. Yeah, I did that.
Hey, True.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
All right. Laura?
Probably so. I mean, but that's a 2-way street. Who knows? It didn't work out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Willie?
Hey, that was a safe answer, Law. I feel you.
No, I don't think so. I've been in a relationship for 16 of the past 21 years, so I didn't have a issue as far as going and doing all of the extra stuff. Anything that I did was communicated beforehand. So I've always been the honest guy that'll tell you like, hey, I love you, but I want to fuck somebody else, and this is how. And then we have to have the conversation. I'm not because I don't want to steal the opportunity for you to choose to either accept it or not, because then if I give you that opportunity, you can't be mad at me. So I wasn't in the position to have to like do all of that damage. Now, if we're counting like Law said, breaking hearts, so like the women wanted me and then me not wanting them, I mean, that's not, I can't take responsibility for that. But I just haven't.
So you don't count that?
No,
okay.
But I've never actually been out here just saying dogging women. Like I was too many women in my family, and like I think that's why I had sons first. Like I had all boys, and I think that there's a thing that say guys who run through women tend to have daughters first. So all my sons, I had all boys. So I think that kind of speaks to the karma I have. But in my single,
hold up,
I will say this: my post relationship, I'm a nightmare for both of my exes. They have been single since, haven't had a man since, and are probably going, they're older now. They're still fine, but they're older and nobody's going to deal with those women having, 2 kids and having an active father who still runs things. I feel I may have damaged them that way.
Darwin, your turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was caused casualties. I was more like a simp. So if anything, I was probably the casualty. Then I learned to be more honest.
You should change with the weather.
I can see that.
I learned to be more honest and direct with what I wanted and simping. Once I surrounded myself around them.
Hey, Darwin, you already shared the story with us, man. We're gonna let it rap though.
What story did I share? I don't think I ever shared that story.
So I know you. I know you shared your Sam Cassell story, and you said you couldn't beat out Sam Cassell, so I already know you weren't doing that.
So check it.
Sam Cassell had those M's, too many M's, man, to compete with.
So real dope. I know you wanted to expound on you're the first one I wanted to expand on that. Now, what I do want to know is, do you feel like you would have did something differently, knowing that you caused some pain or possibly damage to somebody else?
Yeah, no, not necessarily, because I'm really on the Willie side of things when it comes to like, I was always honest. I was always honest.
For longevity, they make decisions based on, their current disposition, like how they want tomorrow to be versus like 10 years down the road. I was always honest with women. I ain't never had to lie to no woman about, I never committed to no woman. This is the first girl I've ever asked to be my girlfriend in my life. All of those women have made decisions, and of course, when I say I'm responsible for trauma, I know that it's associated with me, and it's based on them making decisions that ended up breaking their own hearts, and not necessarily me. Not really me, but I know that when they think about that, they see my face, because I was the man who didn't commit to them. I was honest about it. But I think that when we look at things, this is just life. We can't skip it. Like, I got my bike stolen when I was younger. It hurt. I left my bike outside. Somebody took it. I had to learn. We all had to learn. Like we all done been somebody lit before, bullshit too. And that person ultimately has, probably got their karma and they changed around, they life.
That shit sound crazy as hell, bro.
I had
Come
to
on
learn
now.
how to have
Viz,
friends. Early on when I was in elementary school, like my best friend had turned on me, tried to jump me. I had to learn. Because
Viz, you don't like it.
This is life. It is what it is. So that's how life works. So we gotta, we can baby people if we want to, but it is what it is. It's going to happen.
Dope. That shit sound crazy as hell, bro. Realistically, we all know as men on this panel, everybody just pretty much admitted to it. We all know that if I know that this chick is digging me, and I tell her up front, like, hey, look, I'm out here, and I still and I know she digging me, and I still crack her. You know what I'm saying? Balls deep in her. You know that's gonna break her.
Wait, Viz.
Let's
add on.
And you damn near raw dogging it at some point.
Hey, Viz, you gotta add
I
on.
disagree.
She can't talk to nobody else.
I disagree with you, Viz.
Like, come on, man. We know the
Viz,
game, bro.
No, I disagree with you.
Bro, if you tell a woman the
Wait.
truth and she like you, she gonna deal with whatever because she like you.
Right.
But
So
that's
we
not-
know
I'm
we
not-
know
I'm not-
we know
I'm
what
not
women going to
saying-
do,
I'm
right?
not saying
But
that
I
that's
don't
not
think
true.
that's
I'm
any
not saying
different.
that
I don't think
not
that's any
true.
different.
What I'm saying is that you're still making that woman a casualty. You know what I'm saying?
She's choosing to be a casualty on her own because we didn't lie to her.
That's
Viz,
cool,
Viz,
but
how
you know the power that you have. You know what I'm saying? You know the leverage that you have in
We know that-
knowing that
Viz, we know that today,
she
though,
wants
G.
you.
We know that today. Well, 20 years ago, you didn't know that.
Beeman.
You didn't know that, man. Come on, Willie. Come on, man.
So when you
Frame it
were in
like
college and high
man.
school, just running through girls,
Y'all,
you knew that the
had a
power you
wall
had.
of understanding. Try to frame it like this. Okay, if you
Come
met a
on,
girl
man.
and she had a shit ton of partners,
Mhm.
is she looked at any different than a woman who had a shit ton of partners? Said, I had the same amount of partners as her, but all of the men I slept with were honest. Does it even matter? The damage is still done, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
who
the
gives a fuck
wrong
about the why?
argument. Like, you can't give us responsibility of dealing with a woman on a mutual exchange, especially if you're verbalizing your intent. Like, there's gotta be some honesty and not making it seem like we as men control them as autonomous people. If you frame in the interaction where you intentionally lie and set her up, I totally agree that that's wrong.
100%.
But I don't believe I was a part of Willie and real. I never had to tell her. The only time this is a problem is if she's asking you, yo, I'm trying to make a move past what we have. And then you like, oh yeah, okay, wait it out, or let me set this up, or give me 6 months or 9 months or whatever, when you know she don't qualify. But if that's not the case, I can't say that your pure interaction of exchanging sex or time, now you like responsible for her heart rate. No, she knew what the landscape was. She has to hold some level of responsibility.
This is why B. Simone said.
Let me ask you a real quick question. If you was a D boy, right, and you decide, yo, I'm a you know what I mean, I got this dope right here.
There's something illegal here,
you
bro.
know the effects of dope.
No.
You know the effects of dope. You know the effects of dope, right? But you gonna sell it to them. Do you feel like you're liable for it, or is it like they chose to do that dope? Or are you responsible for it at all?
So
or are you
this
gonna
is
say
where,
no?
this is where your analogy fails.
No,
bro.
you gotta
We
let
talking
him
about
answer.
something that's
You have to
illegal.
let
We
him
talking
answer
about
that.
fucking consensual sex is not a crime.
It's the same thing.
Okay, well
Come
then
on,
let's
man.
You wilding at this point. So then let's use opiates. Let's use opioids then. Let's use something over the counter then.
have to change it, Trev. You can use
that's a great example.
Everybody else understand it, Willie. You ruled out.
So are we
It's a
wrong for
checkmate.
selling
It's
liquor?
a checkmate move.
What? So we can.
But go ahead, True. Go ahead, True. Answer it. Answer it, True.
A drug dealer selling dope to a crackhead who's buying the crack.
Yeah.
No, you introduced the drug. Not a crackhead. You introduced the drug to that person. You know the dope effects. You know the effects that dope has.
Yeah, the reason
Just walk with me here.
The reason why your argument will fall apart is because you're making it seem like men's presentation of drug is dick, and that's not the case. That's not the case.
Say what?
You're
Man,
making
what?
It
You ain't never
What did you just say?
ain't never go off the dope D.
Yes, what I'm
You ain't
saying. Y'all ain't giving out dope.
man, you ain't
That's
never-
the y'all ain't giving. Come on.
You really gonna sit here and say, like, hey, shorty, no, this that dope dick right here, man. Well, hey, you get a taste of this.
The effects is the
I'm gonna be
same.
honest with you.
Withdrawal.
I'm
gonna be honest with you.
Honest, right? If y'all had any time around most women, you already know most women is not tripping on your dick for the most part. That's not what she's signing up.
Speak for yourself.
No, I'm saying in general.
Not before they get it.
You
know what I'm saying?
No, but that's what I'm saying. You're introducing it to them, which is this is why the analogy aligns, because you introduce them to it. You know what I'm saying?
Even with that though, let's not say that we're talking modern day. Let's say that we're not talking modern day. Let's say when we are 17, between 17 and 25, where we know that if you give it to them, they're gonna be hooked. No question.
But that's
why are y'all losing it up on him? Why
man.
don't just allow him
The
to
fuck
answer
outta here,
the
man.
question how it was? Y'all got to
Yeah, I think we're trying to avoid the analogy because it kind of corners you. But
It doesn't corner you. It's
No,
a terrible
no, no, no.
analogy.
I don't.
it is not a terrible analogy.
It's
It
the
is
worst
not a
analogy
terrible
ever.
analogy.
Because you're not comparing
Trev,
two
It
like
is not.
things.
Trev,
You're
I
not
can answer
comparing
your
two like
analogy
things.
how you asked it. I can answer
Go
his
ahead, bro.
analogy. I can answer his analogy how he asked it. But I think it's more akin to like when you say introduce. That's like me, because I do believe if I'm out here having sex with virgins and taking virginities and moving on to the next, I think that's corny, right? I think it's corny to like, oh, this girl's a virgin and I'm about to just get her virginity and then go on and just keep taking virginities. I don't think that's thorough. Which is I think I consider that to be introducing somebody to something. So I think that a man in that situation would be wrong. I never had sex with a virgin before, so that
Well, let
wasn't my.
me ask you this
situation.
real dope. Let's say you met a 23-year-old woman. She got her whole life ahead of her. She's beautiful. She's kind-hearted. All these other stuff. She's a really good girl, but you're not ready to settle. She wants to have sex. He wants to have sex, but upon you having sex or adding to her sexual experience, she's gonna have to optimize herself to be a wife at one day, and it might this her track record. Whatever damage you do to her walls or whatever, or even the next man, it's not going to be conducive for her when she's trying to optimize for the future. Do you feel bad for continuing on to penetrate her?
Yeah, I've actually I've had several
That's pretty
women.
much what Trev was just trying to.
Yeah, but I disagree. Like
It's really
I
hard for
disagree
us
with
to
the
be able
drug
to.
thing.
It's becoming really difficult for us to be able to just look at ourselves and be like, yeah, like we are wrong with it. I don't know why it's so hard. I thought men were the most accountable out of all.
Because because
Like
because
we're
Darwin.
out here like being malicious in the exchange, and I'm not saying that those don't happen, but the pure just the you a guy, she a girl, you guys are attracted, she meets you on mutual exchange. We already understand that a woman's pursuit for most of her interaction with a man.
Oh, I get it.
It's
You're looking at it. You're looking at an individual. What we were looking at it on a macro level, like,
Mm.
okay, what does this do for our culture as well? Does
The
it
difference is
does it add to hookup culture or make it justified? We got to think of it like, okay, what are our women going to think of us? You know what I'm saying? If we move like this as men.
But the thing is that we try to, outside of this panel, most dudes, I'd argue, really want relationships in mass. Like the fact that guys make it seem like dudes is out here just trying to poke everything moving. That's not true. Most dudes can't do that. They actually like having one girl that they can keep. So this sometimes gets very turned around in how we're trying to, pull it apart. Because when a dude can interact with a girl 17, 19, 25, they typically are excited. Unless you're a dude that has access to be able to get a multitude of options. That's the only time these conversations happen. So in most cases, you don't have to lie to her.
So then it don't apply to the third amendment. Then we're talking about the men that it does apply to, because it'll be irrelevant to lump all men into it if all men are not having sex. I think it's clear that we're talking about the ones who actually getting it in.
That's a small subset. So
all right, time out. Let's go with the small subset.
But you would agree that all it takes is a small subset of the men to do this profound damage that's been going on. That's all it takes.
I think that's what we choose to focus on. I don't think that the damage
that's just really all it takes. If 80% of women are going after 20% of men,
let's talk
the way
about the
we can have
subset.
sex and procreate, like it only takes a small drop in the bucket to ruin a mass of women.
The fact that we have to compare something that's immoral to something that's criminal to make a point is why this fails. It's a false equivalence. And then two, we're also taking away, the autonomy of women to make informed consent. The autonomy and informed consent aren't the same. And then furthermore, the degree of harm. And then you also have the intent versus the outcome. Like, that's why this analogy is terrible. Now, if you had said it, Bruiser, and said, hey, like the one you gave second and led with that, we have nothing to push back. But comparing selling dope to, as you put it, Trey, passing out dope dick, that is a terrible analogy. Because again,
Well, then go with the second. Well, then answer the second one then.
No, wait.
Answer the second
I
one.
already gave him that one already. I already gave Bruiser that. But the pushback I have is like we got a lot of guys that keep putting out these analogies that just don't work. And just because it sounds good or it's catchy and people agree with it or girls like it, it makes sense. That was probably by far the worst analogy we've used tonight. Hands down.
Okay, so
based off of
so
those,
that did nothing. Time out. Hold on. That did nothing for the conversation so far, right? So what I'm saying is, if you acknowledge bruises, then go ahead and answer that, if that's the case, you want to go ahead and
I
attack
already
the
said I agree
analogy,
with
but
Willie. I did that already. I agree with.
Okay, so you say that men should be accountable for it then?
I think that every man should be accountable for what he does with his dick. There's no assertion.
Let me ask you this, Will. Do you think we have a larger foresight than the women? Like we think long term more often than women do, and because of that,
not as a young man.
Yeah, not as a young man. No.
Just okay. Just grant me the argument that most of the time, the male gene specifically,
I'll give you that. Go
has
ahead.
the capability to be able to think further into time, and women are kind of stuck on, okay, now.
Yeah, because women are in the right now. What feels good right now is what they
Wait,
base
so
their decisions on.
so Willie, so you're saying as a young man you can't recognize a pattern?
No, I didn't say that either. I didn't say anything that sounded like that, Viz. What I said
But
is that at 17 was a young man. Yeah, I didn't say anything that remotely sounded like that. I didn't say I said that a lot of 17-year-old and 16 a young man don't recognize patterns. They just out here fucking because they can. Like, who is 16, 17 think about, damn, if I put all these miles of dick on this girl when she's 25, it's gonna damage her. Like, nobody thinks like that. That's not even realistic to expect from a 21-year-old.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying, and maybe this was just my experience. Early on, I realized that, man, if I hit this chick this type of way, the pattern is that they all go crazy at this point. So maybe I should stop doing this. You know what I'm saying? If I don't want for this chick to go nuts on me, if I want to make sure that my tire's not getting slashed or the window's not getting busted.
Really, I think you overflating.
Like, did you
come on,
that
we should be mind readers at this point.
But
I ain't never in my life heard a man say that a man should be mind readers. That's typically what women expect us to do. Because you didn't start off thinking like that. You didn't start thinking that way until someone slashed your tires. You know what that took? The experience. Most men don't have that type of experience that young. They get it as they grow older. So no, a 17-year-old boy is not going to be worried about the outcome of his reckless dick.
Is that the optimal age we should be targeting? Shouldn't we target the age where men are more likely to start having sex?
We targeting the realism of what's actually going on. It's when somebody actually has the opportunity to even get some. What percentage of men are actually getting some at that age anyway?
Well, that's why I said maybe we need to look at the numbers and
see. Hold on, so then you're gonna actually have to experience it. You know what I'm saying? You can't say, oh, what you should do. If you're not experiencing it's not gonna matter to you. You know what I'm saying? You can talk about the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but you're not gonna know it until you experience it. So until that happens, until you in that boat where you are actually lucky enough to get you some, you know what I'm saying? Then you deal with the consequences after the fact.
M. White made this point like 2 or 3 episodes ago about how a man needs to have experience with women when he's young, and that helps him when he's older. A lot of y'all didn't agree with him. The same people that was arguing right now were saying that no, you ain't got to have experience when you're young. How else would you know to do better unless you've experienced it unless you've gained experience by doing worse? The average 16, 17-year-old is not out there in the world.
So your logic is,
damn, I shouldn't fuck this many girls because I'm gonna be a body count that they're gonna have to answer for when they 30. Nobody is thinking like none of y'all were for real.
I'm not even talking about. Go ahead.
Let me respond to him. So with your logic, basically, was to draw the parallel back to Trav's the dope man. What your logic is, I need to go and sell drugs to see how it fucks up society, so that I can gain experience to see what it looked like in order to not fuck up society.
According to my logic, I know that it's a losing debate to try to compare something that's morally, it's a moral gray area at best to something that is criminal. So I already know that's a losing debate because you can't make that logic stick. It doesn't apply all the time.
Okay, well let me hold on. Let me entertain that. The criminal
apples to apples. And I would not think that
what's more damaging to society right now today is our recklessness between each other in relationships and children, and that's baby deletions and all that other stuff.
Drugs.
Or drugs.
Drugs.
Yeah, everybody agree with that.
Drugs.
No. If you count,
say it again?
No.
I'm talking about baby deletions, all of the trauma caused from the interaction between a man and a woman compared to drugs.
You just changed the dynamic of what you
I see the man and the woman.
I'm
if
picking
you look at the numbers, you're gonna be surprised. What's really destroying the community is not necessarily the drugs don't even compare to what we do to each other as men and women.
Bruiser.
Do you remember what the crack epidemic did to the community?
That's what this is.
It's a great TV show about it. If you didn't, it's called Snowfall.
I understood it, and I got it. That was an error. I'm talking about for a lifetime, since we've been around. Like what's trumped everything as far as
drugs
issue with let's just talk about it since we all black. Let's just talk about the black community.
Less than 10% of people were drug users in the 90s.
Jared, why you do that?
Hey, what
bad.
percentage of black men are in jail for drug related crimes?
I don't know. I know total. It's like 1.8, like less than 2% of all black men are in prison, incarcerated.
That's cool. That's not what I asked you.
That's not what he asked.
How many are in there for drug related crimes? So I don't think there's an argument that can be made from, and Bruce, I respect you immensely, especially what you do. I know you're one of the better debaters out here. I would challenge you to make an argument that would make sense to say that baby deletions and reckless dick slinging has been worse on the black community than the drug epidemic has.
Well, we can do a debate on my channel if you want to tomorrow.
I'm here for it. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Don't talk me to death. But it's to compare those two things again. You're comparing something that is immoral and undesirable to something that is fucking criminal and illegal. Like that's the problem.
Willie, I
think the usage of that example is more so the impact of it, of knowing the effect of distributing it. I think that was the point of that example.
I would disagree. I would disagree with Trev. Like I think, and for one, I think Trev used the unrealistic example. I think Trev said, that you introduced them to drugs. Most drug dealers, like when I used to do my thing, with what I was doing, I wasn't introducing nobody. I just was giving them what they wanted. Like nobody, like we not saying, hey, you should come and try this. Like we don't got like lemonade drug stands.
Yeah,
so you're not fucking virgin.
So what I'm saying is this: it wasn't. I understood it. Half the panel did not like the analogy. I get it, but it was coincidentally everybody who emphatically disagreed with the sentiment. So that was no coincidence. But either way, what I was talking about was the impact of it. That's it. We want to make it if it's moral or immoral or criminal, and that's culturally debatable too, because depending on where you are, it would be illegal too. So. We could go there with it, but either way, that's not the point. All I was trying to say is that there's similar effects, right? You'll have poor misprioritizing, poor decision making, withdrawal. That's the parallels.
Yeah, well, Trent,
so people selling they
can have real quick, hold on, Marcus, real quick,
because they go and have one night stands. People are losing their homes because these.
The only thing where these two things compare is like both of them, you're knowingly giving someone like under false pretenses. That's the only commonality between the two. The differences are the level of agency that's involved, the severity and the scope of the consequences, and the moral, legal, and social frameworks in which these people live. None of us were out here fucking virgins. Like Viz,
it's not about.
It is. Not explain how.
It's not about hitting virgins, bro.
You said you had to introduce them to something, right? Unless they were a virgin, you don't introduce them to dick for the first time.
And we all emphatically spoke
and then to Trev's example, he said you sell someone drugs for the first time. We're not introducing women to this good feeling. Otherwise, they would want to fuck us. They didn't know what good dick was.
All right, so let me ask this question to the panel. So, would you hit a one night stand or a chick that you really don't want to be with the same way that you would hit your wifey? Or something that you cuffed?
What I used to, yeah. I used to do everybody. I used to do everybody in.
I think the fact that we still give so much power to the just pure sexual exchange is missing the connection. Women are not tripping on getting dick down, my brother. Women are not complaining about dick. They're complaining about being misled. They're complaining about the fact that people start relationships and then they dispel the relationship or they dishonor the relationship. You guys are making it seem like the fact that you bent her over and she had been penetrated by you, that this just altered her entire freaking universe. you're reaching. That's not what happens in the mind of
That's
women.
an outlier. Yeah, that's an outlier.
Like,
what I'm saying is the attachment of it. So if let's say you hit something, right, and you know you don't want to be with this, so you're not as intimate as you would be with something that you actually want to be with.
You mean like kissing in the mouth?
Those are that's undoubtedly is going to have a totally completely different impact on that woman, especially if she likes you.
What you're saying though is maybe I'm not understanding you. The act of the sex is not what is the impact. The impact is the experience of you prior to even sex occurring. Sex occurring with the fact that this woman may be attached to the idea of you, cool. But that's not what most men are doing. You're making it seem like the sexual exchange itself is damaging. That's BS. Most women's trauma is linked to the fact that they experienced this man. They experienced the feelings with that man. Then you couple sex, sure. But the reality is it's not sex alone. The fact that you even get to her means more. That's why I'm like, how are y'all
so
not
true? If you minus the sexual experience, do you think it would be nearly as impactful?
I think that the sexual, I think that is, I think the sexual experience seals maybe a deeper impact, but I don't think it's singular because sex in itself don't carry that much weight. Most of the time, the women are tripping on what you created as the experience of you. You have to talk to this girl. You have to give her something to even conjure, bro. It's not just penis, and that's what I'm saying.
No. We're not saying it's just penis, but I'm saying minus the D. Part. If we minus the D, do you think that she's going to have nearly the same attachment as she did?
Think about it. You can date somebody on the internet.
The fact that you experience her is the byproduct of what you've already invested in her mentally or emotionally. Most cats is not just most. I'm saying most is not existing without words, without energy, and then impacting this woman.
Yeah, because we're not just putting it to the sex, but if we minus that part of it, because you dating a woman, growing attachment to a woman, nobody's complaining about trying to find yourself in a relationship. Okay. I'm talking about adding the sex to that.
Yeah, I would say yes, because just in my experience and observing women for all these years, most women are sexually dissatisfied. 80% of them.
So you're saying you've been with women minus the sex, and they had those type of attachments to you?
I'm saying prior to the sex, she was already tripping.
Trey's trying to get that nigga go on the record and say he can't please a woman. Just say it.
I'm trying to have an outlook on this, and the fact that you got me talking like we're 14, 15, like, yeah, I gave her that dick and she tripping. Man, stop that. Most women, we talking women, not little girls, but women are not tripping on your dick, my guy. I'm sorry. That's just not how that goes.
True.
So
I want to hold on, Viz.
Go ahead.
True, I don't have that experience. There was I was running. Yeah, I was doing my thing, but this is what I'm saying.
Dog master.
Yeah, Kenny. Viz, can you hear me? All right, so Viz, I think what you're doing is, we don't live in that type of world where we can make ourselves responsible for the freedom that we give people in this country, right? That's like you saying that, like, okay, it's your fault because you should have known that this girl was gonna do this and act this way by making this decision for herself. That's like your boss saying, you know what? I think you're gonna spend this money. I'm gonna hold on to it for a little while. Your boss can't do that. I think you're going. That's like kids going to the NBA and they're like, I know you're a grown man, but I'm gonna make you do this with your money because I know you're gonna blow it. You're gonna be out the league in 6 years. So we just gonna hold your money and you can spend this much. You can't do that because we give people freedom. This is not.
No, bro. That's being accountable for the power that you understand that you have.
It's being accountable and taking away somebody else's ability to make a decision for themselves.
It doesn't matter if I know to be an adult. If I know that if I touch this woman, that she's going to react a certain type of way because, like True said, and I agree with him. I understand that the experience that she has with me before I even touch her, she's infatuated. So I know as soon as I touch her, she gonna go over the bars. So in that case, I'm not going to leave that up to her to make the decision. I'm gonna be wise enough to say, you know what, this one I'm not gonna fuck with. or I'm not going to go to the extent of, you know what I'm saying, I would with something that I know that I believe will actually be able to handle it.
Gotcha. So the reason that I disagree with that, right, is because we live in a society
if you disagree
where
with that, then that's poor dick management, bro.
I just can I finish, Viz, please?
Go ahead.
I just want to talk. I just want I'm sorry. Pause. Okay. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Right? So the reason that I disagree with that, because you're saying dick management entails also you managing a woman's emotions and managing a woman's decision making. That's ridiculous. Like
that's
she's
not
an adult.
ridiculous.
Like hold on. What you're doing is you're not trusting that woman to make a decision for herself. That's not your business to go out here and try and say, you know what? I don't trust you to be able to handle this situation. I don't think you can handle this. You're a woman and you can't handle this. So I can't give you this dick. It's going to make you go crazy and you're going to do this. You're not trusting her. Like she's an adult human being. If she say I can handle it, cool. You're a big girl.
That's poor dick management, bro. I hate to break it down to you, but that's
not going to
poor
make
dick
you responsible
management,
for a
bro.
woman.
Yeah, women. So we got to be responsible for women because we have dicks now. Like I gotta be responsible for what she does after we sleep together. I mean, if that's listen, I vehemently disagree with you, G. But if that's how you feel and that's how you move, I can't argue with you, bro. You say it's your life.
Do y'all feel like we don't want to be responsible for our women as a black community, as a black people?
I want to be responsible for my woman.
Yeah,
I get that.
Yeah, that's it.
Do y'all think we as a leader? I don't know what other races doing. I hate to bring other races in it, so I'm not going to even do that. But I'm just saying, do you think it was ever a time in history where black men actually took responsibility for black women and enlarged the community?
At some point, possibly.
Hey, I hate to say it right now, but y'all sound like some real life pookies right now, man.
Who? Why do we sound like pookies? Because we don't agree with you. Wait. Hold on.
Some people don't realize how.
Why do we sound like?
Hold on.
Listen,
because I'm about to ride, bro. I'm about to leave, but you know what I'm saying. The only reason why this is a conversation is we do this every time. Every time when Darwin hop on and then Viz be on that same train. Stop acting like y'all wasn't getting it when y'all was younger, bro. Y'all both be on that.
Bro,
same.
Have you not been listening to anything that I've been saying?
It's about you know what I'm saying, bro. It's about coming of age. People figure out what works, what doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like plain and simple. You ain't got to be worried about how it's gonna affect the black community because you got some pussy at 19. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey. Hopefully you don't get pregnant.
Fuck how it affects the black community. I'm worried about how it affects me.
We're having though. We can't say.
I thought he was gonna leave on something substantial like a mic drop or something.
Viz, real quick, G. I want you to explain how we sound like pookies because we don't agree with you. Like, who made you the arbiter of what a nigga should be? To say that we sound like pookies because we don't agree with you. So, like, where in your world does it make sense to like for you to say that because we disagree with you? And have a different outlook like that you can measure us or say we're pookies because we don't, because then that puts you in a position where you're also saying that like you're the best, you're the ideal guy.
I'm not saying that I'm the ideal guy. What I'm saying is
not saying that the inference was made.
Right, that's fair. No, I'm just saying that just as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. So if you're as confident and you understand and you realize the patterns that may come if you touch a female, to True's point, if you know that this woman is digging you, she's feeling you, the experience before you even touch her, she's already in ecstasy. So the moment that you do touch her, you know she's gonna go off the wire and whatever is gonna, you know what I'm saying, she's gonna be popping up at your crib, she's gonna be blowing up your phone, you know what I'm saying? Like this is real shit that happens. Y'all never experienced that?
Wait. Give me 2 seconds. I promise it's gonna be quick, G. Like
pause.
2 seconds. I'm not pausing the shit because it's gonna be quick. The linchpin of your argument was if you knew. My argument is based on no one at 16, 17, 18, 19 knows that because the majority of men don't have that experience at that age. So now I will cede ground to you and say that yes, if you know that you the type of nigga to make bitches go crazy and you still fucking with these bitches after they told you they want something and that's not what you want, then yes, I think that is wrong. But see, your argument, the linchpin is the phrase, if you knew. My argument is saying that young men do not know because they do not have experience.
So what Willie's saying is, if you got bad D, yeah, you can go around slutting. But if you got good D, you got to police.
Hey, I mean, shit. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but
Hey,
if
you got a micro peen, you good.
How do you know? How do you measure that without
what ended up happening
like
was
exercising?
when we have this conversation, I think that we be describing two different things. I'm pretty sure you're describing consensual sex with people who have casual sex, right, Willie?
Exactly. But I said that though.
You have, but they tend to jump over that point and talk from a perspective of everyone is a virgin and we're sullying the virgins, right?
We're not talking about virgins. We're not talking about virgins.
It's the perspective you're coming from. Because if a woman is grown and having consensual sex, 9 times out of 10, it's not as detrimental to her as the initial time when she broke her virginity. So the conversation you're conflating to that. But the main thing is the people who disagree with y'all don't feel like we're harming women during the consensual sex portion. We agreed with you when it came to a woman that's not sexually experienced or that has not been engaging in casual sex. The majority of what I'm saying is what I'm speaking about is people who are already engaging in that. There is nobody harming them by engaging in it with them.
Marcus, so we know that you're well experienced, right? So you're telling me that you've never encountered a woman where you know that this bitch is crazy before I even touch her, and do you still proceed to move forward with that, or do you pull back from it?
I 100% will pull back from it, but that comes.
That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all that I'm saying.
But that was
I don't know why we complicating it.
No, Willie said the linchpin is if you know. I have the experience to understand and see a woman that's going to probably go that way, so I'll avoid that or limit the way the interaction goes. He's saying again, the people that we're putting the damage in the community portion on don't even be knowing most of the time. They're not experienced enough because we was talking about a time frame.
So Marcus, so you're saying, and again, we experienced, right? I know one of the homies that knows that if I hit this bitch, excuse me, this woman.
My bad, man. I'm rubbing off. I'm sorry.
Pause, bro.
Pause.
Bro.
Hey, so Marcus, you know good and well, you know that you got a homie that knows that if I do this broad is gonna go crazy, and he does it anyways. He damn near hit the broad raw to make it even worse. So yes, that is a problem, bro. That's poor dick management. That's pookie shit that we talk about on the panel all the time. That's come on, man. Like I don't know why we being disingenuous with this.
Please substantiate your position, please.
And the one thing that's also consistent with them is they date women where they enjoy that type of chaos. Those women also engage in that chaos and love it. And when they get a new relationship, those type of women that act crazy, they seek relationships where it's like the you don't love me if you don't hit me relationships. The I love when a woman busts my windows out because they show me she love me relationships. Those people be the same. Those are equals. That's not like a very a great woman that should be held on the pedestal, fucking with a dude who enjoys the toxicity. She fuck with him and then she become toxic. No, she won't fuck with him. And if she did by chance fuck with him, she just leave. Good women just walk away. They don't be sitting there trying to get revenge and going. I know what you're saying, but it's differences.
Let me ask you this question then, and White. How do you determine which ones are categorized for experience, because you just said you got to come experience to be able to determine which one to not be with or not damage. How do you determine which ones you should have the experience with, and also other ones that you put in the experience category? How do you determine which of those may have a change of heart mentality, get healed, and actually want to become wives in the future? But then there's a plethora of men that's going to say, well, nah, I get it, you went and got healed, but nah, you did all that nasty shit, you got a digital footprint. No.
So I was with you until you start talking about the digital footprint, right? So the portion, if I was a single dude and I found a woman I was interested in, had sex, and still was interested in her, I wouldn't let the past stop me from moving forward if that's how I felt.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Well, take yourself out of it. What do you think most men would do in this situation?
But when you add digital footprint to it, it changes it, because now I got to see the issue.
Yeah,
on the record.
Because if it wasn't a digital footprint, and you would have to take her word for it that she was pure in her past, or she wasn't nasty. So, or
it wouldn't be on my forethought. It's the difference between knowing your girl had sex with somebody before versus having to see the video. You know what I'm saying? Or having to, like, I'm not.
But you do know psychologically, there's ways to be able to tell how that sexual experience plays on a woman's pair bonding ability too.
Yeah, when you converse with somebody, you can kind of tell where they at in regards to how they value sex, or what sex effect it usually has on them or would have on them. True and Willie point earlier about it's not just the sex that's creating that attachment. I think that's probably the most important. You're trying to limit, unless you actually did. Now, this does happen where you will be trying to build something and it doesn't work out. That's different than falsely creating a relationship to have sex. So, yeah, I think conversation is the way to get to that and knowing that person.
I think y'all being very radical when it comes to this idea of like, oh, you're a pookie if you are out here having casual sex as a young man. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Like, y'all, like, I get that y'all might have an outlook in the world that like we want our 21-year-old men to be out here just kind of ready for marriage. That's not a reality. I don't necessarily want my son. My son don't got to be ready for marriage at 21. If he want to have casual sex with another young woman and it's consensual, do that. We have to raise our children better. And if my daughter is 21, 22, and she wants to have sex with a guy, okay, do that, but do that. Understand what comes with that. I'm not going to we have to raise better. Like we're saying that these girls are so stupid and so like, yo, you want to have sex with this guy, y'all vibing, right? Y'all don't have a relationship. Y'all haven't spoken about marriage. Y'all haven't spoken about the future, but y'all been vibing for 2 months, and he's responsible because you're vibing, and now you want more. And he's like, oh, I didn't necessarily want all of that. And now, like, you got to learn from that. You just made a dumb decision. You made an investment that you feel sorry about. Well, don't do that again. Like, we gotta just hold people a little bit more responsible for their own decision making.
Well, I think we do that,
right?
We do that.
I got something about that. So this is what I think, right? And anybody who would get the idea is team women. Nah, fuck that. And if you watch Thursdays, you already know what it's hitting for. I'll tell them how shitty they are. And I would absolutely say that there is more wrong with what women are doing than what it is that men are doing. But I also
feel like you simping. That's why you preference it like
no,
that?
No. Well, because people are trying to make it out to seem like we just on bullshit, but we're really not. But what I'm saying is that I don't trust the woman to run things. I think left to their own devices, we're doomed. If we let them do it, we're doomed. I think that in all reality, there's shit fucked up with our society, and the men have a much greater opportunity and ability to correct it than the women do. And if y'all disagree, y'all let me the fuck know. But I'm not running behind women to fix anything. I think that it's going to start with what it is that we do. And if y'all appreciate what's going on with society, fuck it. What we even talking for? Like, it's a lot of shit that is not going well with us right now. A lot. And when you look at what other cultures are doing, it doesn't compare to us. And if you don't want to compare yourself to it, I get it. But you got to understand why we are at the bottom of society. Like some of the actions that we don't want to be held accountable for that's got us fucked up in the first place, and our outlooks, and us just always dodging accountability and just saying, oh well, that's on them, that's on them. I hear that, but like somebody's got to do something.
Like which actions? I'm saying that casual sex is the reason. So fuck
I'm not.
slavery.
Look, well, this is the top. There's a multitude of reasons why what we could do better. We could vote better. We could do a whole bunch of shit better. There's a lot of things we could do better, right? We could raise our children better. We could stay with. We could only impregnate the woman that we want to stay with for the rest of our lives. It's a lot of things that we could do better. But what I'm saying, the topic at hand is the only one we're discussing right now, right? So that what I'm saying with that part of it,
you tied it in and said that's why we're at the bottom. So,
yeah, but that we're at the bottom of that too, and it starts with if our woman not respecting us, our woman not wanting to be with us, our woman not trusting in us, right? Our woman not trusting in us. Yeah, if y'all don't believe in any of that shit, then maybe we live in two different worlds.
I got a question for
there are absolutely issues between the men and women right now. The nuclear family is what pretty much built the country, the foundation of what it is, and the people who have strong nuclear families typically do well in every other category. So the first thing I think we need to start with is the nuclear family, having families, and most of the men and most of the gentlemen on the panel are building families, but not everybody is. So what I'm saying is, what could we tell our children and our grandchildren to do? Say what?
I'm saying which group specifically has this extreme family building skill, which is the reason they extremely successful.
If you want to say who's doing the best, it would be the Asians, right? They're on the top of most of the list. On top of most of the list.
I don't even think we need.
But we could go all the way through it. There's a million lists on to see what's what. But
do we think the rate at where we're going at sexually, our behavior right now is conducive to even repairing anything that is broken, or will it have a significant impact if we were moving in the way where we were focusing on nuclear families?
The reason I challenge it is because the most sexually promiscuous people in America have been Caucasians or the Europeans, period, like without question.
And that's the reason why I didn't want to do a comparison, because when you do a comparison,
and they're not doing the best.
They control 80% of the nation's wealth.
And even when we talking about
like just take the white people out of it. Let's just look at our demise and be like, okay, like what is best for us? I think we can intelligently look at our demise and be able to like, okay, what works for them may not work for us. Let's do it this way. And I think we can probably just sit here and say we don't care because we don't know how to fix it. I think I'd rather hear us say, look, we don't even know how to fix it, so why care?
I think another group for 250 years and kept all the money, and we could be willy-nilly doing what we want to still be 80% of the wealth. That's what I'm saying. Those two arguments, they don't like resonate with me, because I'm saying this is the reason for this, and this may be a bad thing, or maybe ramifications for this. I'm not negating that. I'm saying to say this is the reason is the part. Now, if you say the divorce rate is high because people are casually having sex and cheating on each other, okay, I got you. To say this is the reason why we're financially or what you like, I don't think those things correlate. When
so you don't think that a strong nuclear family correlates to generational wealth?
You say what?
You don't think that a strong nuclear family correlates to generational wealth?
No,
I think that they do.
I don't.
We do need to define
generational wealth.
A strong nuclear family is how you become an average family, which is fine. We need average people, but that's not how you create generational wealth. It's how you become
generational wealth. So I can understand, because that might be where I'm getting off because maybe
if that was the case, it won't be no.
I mean, if we're telling people that the nuclear family is the way to generational wealth, I think it's.
This is not too complicated in my opinion. I think that we always dance around it. There needs to be a lot of things we need to tackle. But one of the things that I do see, if we're going to compare to the other demographics to our demographic, is when I speak to other demographics of women, they don't seem to romanticize relationships like our community romanticizes relationship. And a lot of times you deal with the mindset. You can sit with an Asian woman, she'll tell you how marriage looks, how men act. You sit with a Jewish woman, she'll tell you the same thing. But when you start talking to people that look like us, our women are the only women who think that the men in the community are supposed to be Superman, they're supposed to be super faithful, they're supposed to make all the money, they're supposed to have all the energy. It's unrealistic expectations. And that's a lot of times why it's an opposition amongst each other. So the nuclear family is very much a foundational cornerstone of how to expand a society and keep things thriving. And it's interesting because we had our highest amount of successful relationships when we were in Jim Crow and slavery times. Then you open up the floodgates, and all of a sudden we can't get it right. It make really much sense. This is just what I've seen. I think that the mindset of women in our community are still very much underdeveloped on the perspective of what a relationship really entails, what her function is, what is expected, and what you're going to endure. And if we tackle that, I think we have better outcomes.
And you know what?
And half the problem is a lot of these rich dudes is sucking up the massa. They talk about how much money they got. That's white man property. Every dollar bill got a white man face on it. And too many black men, they talk about, oh, I got this, I got that. The white man gave you that. And this is where we be having the issues with JP. Like, you're supposed to be able to stand on other things than how much money you got or what deals you did with the white man. Before all of that stuff existed, we was in the wild. Women was not caring about resources. They was caring about the character of their man. And all these men that lack character is trying to replace their character with dollar signs.
Well, what I wanted to say behind you, True, it's fascinating that you made that statement. Because one could argue that, you know how we like to talk about how black women ran out behind the white women and picked up the signs of feminism, and then the white women went back to their families and left the black women holding the signs. We could also argue that coming out of Jim Crow, coming out of the 1950s or whatever, when we were flourishing as the nuclear family, when we became integrated, we start taking up the behaviors of the white man because somebody just coined, oh, the white man was reckless too. Maybe perhaps we did something similar to what the black women did with the white feminists with our sexual behavior as black men. Maybe originally black man wasn't operating recklessly with his seed like that until we started to adopt the behaviors of the white man. So now that it's kind of assimilated, and it's caused the destruction of the nuclear family on our end.
Well, you notice
black people were never nuclear family. We were tribe.
You notice I didn't use the white woman Caucasian as the example. I utilized the Asian and the Middle Eastern woman and Jewish woman because I happen to agree with you. A lot of our decay comes from the fact that we're trying to mimic something that didn't belong in our tribe. And we are a different people. We require different things. However, there still has to be, in my opinion, a maturity that needs to continue to be expanded, because maybe you're right. I wasn't alive. I don't know if men back in the early 1900s in the black community were more faithful or less faithful. What I can tell you is that grandpa and uncles had other babies, and it didn't seem to mantle the community as a whole. Now what you see is that the women want a relationship that I don't think exists in reality. I think they want a storybook type of thing. This is why you got your Tyler Perry's and all these shows, because if you even look at the disparity, it's always interesting that the men that they are chasing are super handsome, super successful, super well-spoken, 6'3", 6'5". Like, that's not reality. So that's what I think is the issue more often than not.
Dang, I forgot what Darwin. I had something I wanted to say. Something about Darwin said.
Well, and to be clear, I agree with y'all on strong families are a foundation to build off of. I'm not negating that. I was just saying that the number one progenitors of the corn industry are small hat and the the Caucasian people. So
we
how
know,
can we
know.
Yeah. So I'm not ever speaking against starting strong families. I'm a super advocate for it. I just can't put our ills and woes on that specific. If you say it's how we don't emphasize education as far as engineering or STEM degrees. Okay, you got me. I'm with you right there. That should be something we 100% make the priority within the households. That we need to start families. I'm with you on that. I just couldn't agree with that one small specific piece of the argument.
I think
I disagree with the idea that dollars
just not intentionally doing it. I think I think it's more unintentionally in some cases.
I disagree with the idea that family equals dollars. I think that's completely like that. I don't think that even makes sense fully if you process it. Like, family does not equal dollars. If you want to
break it down for us on how you feel like it don't.
I'm sorry?
That's a monopoly on married people trying to control single people. Oh, he's not responsible because he's not married. And half these people divorcing.
Darwin, which I forgot. Y'all broke out. What you asked me?
I said, break it down how you feel like it's illogical to connect family with socioeconomic success.
Yeah, I think if somebody wants to know how to make money, I think the only thing that you need is to know how to make money and to be disciplined. Outside of that, most I would say that most families in America are not rich, are not well off. I would think that most families are generally pretty average, and I think that's okay. But if you want to know how to make money, don't get it twisted. Be around people who talk about money and learn how to make money and be disciplined. That's all you need. You
Well,
don't
let
need
me
a
ask
wife.
you. Let me ask
nothing.
you this: since you can't connect that, could you connect poverty with the broken nuclear family? Can you draw a connection between the likelihood of being in poverty is because of the event of the breakdown of a family?
No.
Hell yeah, easy.
Oh wow.
No,
easily.
If I process it, I think that no, I think that you can you can draw a parallel there for specific reasons though. Because of the lack of discipline.
The greatest military generals, all the celebrities have broken homes. All of the people that's in the public eye did not come from mom and pop. Everything was perfect backgrounds. They have trauma in their story. That's what made them heroes. That's what a hero is.
Yeah, I think that we do ourselves a disservice, and there just may be lack of information. The fact that you don't understand that a collective of nuclear families does produce wealth is misinformed.
I disagree with it.
Okay, well, I can prove it. The banking industry is generated off of combined income of communities, meaning that typically, if you have a family of people, you're going to do something twice. You're more than likely going to have offspring, and our whole system is based on projections. So if you multiply one family by hundreds of thousands of millions, you generate projections. It's not about tangible liquid like B Simone was saying earlier. It's about the projection of it, and the fact that we understand our whole society is built this way. So you can take one family who may have wealth, as you may call it, but that one family is not enough to build the economy that exists now. You need families.
I
got another example.
And I'll tell you why
I'll
I
go after
disagree
you,
with
real
that.
though, Dad. I got another example.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I disagree with that. Because this is all about money, right? So you're saying that these banking industries are making projections about families so that the banking industry can make money off of those families. The same way that people say capitalism can't run without poor people at the bottom, right? It needs poor people in order to have capitalism. For me to make $1 billion, I need other people to do the work. I think that's kind of like what you're saying is like, oh, we need families so that these people can get rich. Those families.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that it's very simple. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. The way our industry works is off projection. It's not off tangible liquid. We got rid of that standard some time ago. So basically, if you have a family and you have children, you have offspring, the assumption is that you're going to expand. The assumption is that schools are going to be involved. The assumption is that cars are going to be involved. And that is how our industry is ran. Basically, you're going to take out loans. You're going to finance this. You're going to do that. That's how our industry works. That's where wealth comes from. Communities of families.
I got an example.
So the way that I
I'll go
disagree with
after
how
you,
you're
Real. I
drawing.
got an example.
Yeah, I just disagree with how he's drawing that parallel. From he's pretty much saying that since these businesses are making projections based on how much, maybe you'll buy a car in the future and you'll do this in the future. They make that same projections with single women. They're like, oh, they're going to be single, so this is how we can capitalize and make money off of these people. Like it's all about you're going to continue to make projections off of families, and you're going to make projections off of singleness.
They're responsible for 80% of the consumer power.
Exactly.
That's so. Yes, this is not a financial show, but basically, a family and community of family is the easiest way to predict the health. It's the same reason why in certain communities you have a certain level of wealth that exists comparable to not. So the disparity that you draw was poor people typically are coming from broken homes. Yeah, that's easy because you have brokenness. You have one singular income and a whole bunch of other components. But But when you have a series of nuclear families, whether they're happy or not is irrelevant. The fact that they exist and they're combined, that's going to produce wealth, bro. That's just how that works.
Well, let me give you an example.
I disagree with what you're saying.
Let me give you an example of how fast and how many laps
marriage is set up to
family that
benefit
is a
women.
nuclear family can run around a family that is a broken family. So let's take a family of 4, a family of 5, black. They got 2 sons and a daughter. And then let's take a family that came over from Ghana, from Africa. The family, the nuclear family breaks down. They go their own separate ways. The 2 sons and a daughter, they go and do their own individual careers and try to build wealth individually. The family for Ghana, they stay together. They have 3 sons. All of them go to work. They all live in a house with their family. All 3 of them pay down the mortgage all the way until it's complete within 6 months to a year. They all take a loan out to buy a new house, and they move they leave that initial house. They leave that to the first couple that get married, and the rest of the family move into the next house. They all pay that one down. So before you know it, once you get to the last couple, you maybe got like 4 or 5 houses paid off, and within $200,000 to $500,000 cost. While a broken family is out here paying a 30-year mortgage, 3 30-year mortgages.
Most families that's together not doing that, so that's disingenuous. People ain't having family.
No.
Yes, they are.
I think the argument is he having OTC is about group.
There's the reason why I use the family from Ghana, because there's a family from Ghana right down the street. They got 3 houses already. We've been here for 3 years. And they've paid off 3 houses.
That's a minority. Most of them don't have $1,000 fee.
OTC.
Darwin, I can use an example of a broken family that can beat yours.
We're not talking about. We're talking about families that's together, that's structured, and still not able to get rich. He's acting like if you get married, that's the ultimate.
Concede that math.
OTC. We are the only ethnicity that can't make that happen at high volumes. You look at other ethnicities, they do that very well. So it's not an outlier.
But I'm saying that's not what projects wealth. It's just a system, just like the government voting system. Marriage is set for the man and woman to get together. Then you get tax benefits, all that shit. Like it's set up for. Okay.
So let me give you a dynamic.
You can make the same argument that
accrue more wealth than a family that's in synergy. You think you can accrue more wealth than them if a family is in synergy?
No, what I'm saying is we're talking about paper results, and paper results do not match with reality. That's what I'm saying.
So the word I used is synergy.
No, he understands it. Can
he
having a different conversation than what you're talking about? He's talking about real wealth as opposed to fractional lending systems and stuff. That's not the conversation we have at OTC.
No, wait, Kenny, do you think
we talk about wealth? We talk about responsibility.
Because
I can't believe. I can't believe
we can argue that poly people. No,
like
listen,
Kenny's spot on.
Yeah,
like,
Kenny right, but
Kenny's spot on.
No.
Like we're talking about wealth, right? Wealth is easily measurable. If there's a definition for it, it's easily measurable, regardless of how we feel about it. It's easily measurable. It's an easy way to ascertain what someone's wealth is. A family of 2 make more money than single families. It's just a statistic. You can't like there's some of these things are just objectively true. How we feel about it, how it makes us feel, how we look at things, whether we disagree with it or not, is irrelevant. It's a fact. Kenny said that if you think that one person can outwork a family where both of those people are working towards the same goal, like you got to be nuttier than squirrel shit to think that's not you gonna win that.
That's not true though, because it's a lot of single and it's a lot of people that's single in sales, because sales is one of the most fastest growing industries where people change their life. A lot of those people, they're single. All of them people is not married.
Yeah, that's a small group of people. If you look at the average income of single parent households and 2 parent households, which one's higher? It's but
are we comparing wealth and adding the in there as well?
Before you give him the but can you at least acknowledge that what he's saying is actually true? So we can at least,
which is what I've already said. He's not said nothing I haven't said. I said he's not said nothing I haven't said. I said that marriage was set up for a structure for people to benefit from it. What I'm arguing is that most people are the people that are married. Half of them aren't doing well. So it doesn't matter that it was set up for them to benefit off of it and 2 incomes coming together. That's great. A lot of women are blowing their husband's money. A lot of
You just
women
won the
have a
block.
high
You just
debt and
gave
they're
a
getting
dynamic.
married.
Wait.
A
OTC,
single
you just
person
gave
has
a
no debt.
dynamic of somebody being single in sales outpacing a couple. You just gave a dynamic.
The richest people in the world have debt. Debt is good.
What does that
Bad?
have to do with what I just said?
You gave an
I think
example
we're
of
arguing
how
in circles.
someone in
We got to kind of
sales,
address
a
each
singular
thing one at
person,
a
was
time.
outdoing a family.
Yes, and I'm saying that there are single people that outdo these families because they are
Is
in
that an
marriages, but they're
outlier?
not.
Or is that an outlier or a norm?
Yeah, the exception doesn't negate the rule.
I will argue a lot of these married couples are in deeper debt than the single people, and that
You know debt
shows
is
from the
good if you know
statistics.
how to
So,
manage it, right?
Hold on. Let me check his intellect. So basically, what you're saying is a couple that has a $500,000 house, and they just bought it, and it went into a 30-year mortgage, is in deeper debt than a single person that's living in an apartment.
yeah, it depends on their income. If they went and got a whole fixed loan mortgage and they don't have no money saved, are you gonna let me respond, or are you gonna keep talking
Oh,
over
go
me?
ahead, man.
If they get that house and they have a fixed rate, which these days a fixed rate is damn near impossible to come by. It's gonna raise year after year after year. So if they don't increase their income and they just got a $500,000 house, yeah, that might turn into an actual problem. I can't think of the word right now, but
Just
that's
said
not
a
that's not a
fixed
benefit.
rate
A house that you're living
increases.
in is not benefit. It's not beneficial. You can't make money
Just
off
so
a
you
house that
know,
you're living in.
OTC,
less
you
than
just
less
said
than
a fixed
10%, less than
rate
10%
increases.
of ARMs were lent last year versus fixed rate mortgages. 90% were fixed rates.
He said a fixed rate
What does that
increases.
have to
Who
do with
just said?
anything? Are
How did
those fixed
that
rates
happen?
still the same
You said
interest
it's
rate?
hard to get a fixed rate, but
I think
90.
he's talking
No,
about
I
a
didn't. I
variable
never
rate
said that.
increase.
You did say it's
Shit, we're
hard to
gonna
get a
rewind
fixed rate
this.
mortgage.
You did definitely say
Yeah.
that.
100%.
Damn near impossible to come by a fixed rate. That's
Well,
okay. So yeah, I did
90% of
say
them,
that.
90% of them, 90% of them of the
But
mortgages in
what I just
2024
said
were fixed
discounts
rate.
what you just said.
Hang
So
on.
how many? Hold on. How many of those fixed rate mortgages is still the same this year? No, 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 no. You keep interrupting me. How many of those fixed rate
Can you come
mortgages
on
are the
camera
same this
because
year?
we
The
need
interest
your
didn't go
face
up 1%.
so we can clip
How
these.
many
We
of
need
them?
your
Do
face to
that.
be on
Look
the
that up.
thumbnail for these
Because
statements.
I do sales.
Can you come on camera because we need your face to be on the record for these thumbnails for these outlandish statements you made. We can't let you get away without being for these statements. We need you to be on the thumbnail. Can you please come
Brother,
on camera when you make these statements, bro?
first of all, you don't need to see me. You can hear what I'm saying. Second of all, you haven't disproven what I just said. All right. The fixed rate mortgages that he just boasted about, I guarantee you they have jumped a couple of interest rate points since last year. So if you're not going to look up the full facts, because you can buy something at a fixed rate and then it can change, right? Because that's the nature of sales. That's the nature of buying a home. That's
What
the
you mean?
nature of inflation.
You mean the rate changes?
Not
Yes.
on a fixed
On a
rate.
fixed rate?
The rate is fixed.
I think you're talking about a variable rate,
A
OTC.
variable
Trying to
rate
throw you an
mortgage,
olive
it
branch.
varies.
Yeah, I think you're
He
talking
No, I
about
might be
might be.
talking about how the actual payment amount changes due
No,
to taxes
that's
or
not what
something.
he said, bro. He said
Yeah.
that
No,
fixed rate
no,
mortgage.
I might be incorrect on that point.
Wait,
I
so
might be
since you want me
incorrect
to
on
look up the
that
whole
point. It
fact,
might be the payment changes that I'm referring
I
to.
got the actual fact, right? So since last year it was 6.87 and now it's down to 6.86. So there you have it.
We're talking about the
Oh,
interest
so
rate.
I'm wrong. I'll concede on that point. I'm wrong.
Okay, cool.
I guess my original pushback for Trev was I think he said generational wealth, and I don't think the vast majority of families know how to create generational wealth or have generational wealth. So the idea that you just get generational wealth by creating a family and then it comes, I think is ridiculous. I think if you know how to
Exactly.
make money, that's how you make generational wealth, by having the knowledge and then applying that knowledge, which you can do as a single person, or if you are a family and you apply that knowledge, of course you'll have more money. But the overwhelming majority of people, I don't think, are in that place. I think most people have checked the check.
So I think Willie
That was
just
my
pretty much
point.
made a good point right there. Like it is what it is. If you have multiple people working versus a single person, you just are going to gain more, and you have a better opportunity for generational wealth.
Bro, if I had, I got married when I was 20, right? The first time, right? I was young. I was in the military. If me and my son's mom were still together and on this trajectory, I'd be where I am now. I'd have got here by the time I was 30, because it was two of us working towards the same ends. I don't understand how it even makes sense to say that one person on average is going to outwork two people.
Because most men are now having a marriage where they're both the wife is complicit on what's going on. Y'all being disingenuous. Most men are complaining that their wives don't have any financial literacy.
Logical. And then like two, you want
That's not logical, because most men don't have wives that's good with their finances.
Listen, just because you say it don't make it true. And then two, we keep showing you we keep showing you that a household of two people makes more than a household with one person in it.
You're not paying attention to what I just said. I just said that a lot of men's wives are not dealing with the money in a smart and efficient way.
Cite your
so what
source.
you're saying, hold on. So what you're saying,
Cite your
so
source.
what you're saying about two people getting together, what do you mean? It's all over the internet.
Cite your
The men
source.
are complaining all over the internet. They're complaining about their women not listening to them. I'm not married. I'm listening to other men complain about them and their marriage. So now you're trying to say these men have perfect wives. They're doing everything that's right with the finances. That's what you're trying to say right now.
No,
It's a given. It's a given that if a man gets married and starts a family, that the woman is going to know what to do with the finances. That's what you're saying right now.
No, that's how you're taking what. No, I didn't say anything that sounds like that. That's how you're
No,
taking
you did. You said a two person household makes more than an individual person, and I said that most people don't have a symbiotic relationship to where that money is actually accruing.
Where can you
Because
prove that?
one of the partners, I can prove that by the people that's on the internet.
That's not proof. That's conjecture.
No, it's not, because these people are real lives. They have lives. They're real people. They eat, breathe, they go to work. If they're coming to the internet talking about, hey, my wife, she doesn't know what to do with her finances. My wife this, my wife that. Then they're talking about their real life. They're not making shit up.
Do you know what anecdotal means? Because that you can't use anecdotal information to disprove a point.
It's not anecdotal, because I believe that most people are experiencing it. I believe that most of these dudes that's married,
just went on the record.
Most of these dudes that's married do not have a wife that's doing everything that she needs to with the finances. They're getting stuck into deeper and deeper debt.
Are you saying
And
that's
the,
your
and the, and the
opinion?
proof of that, is that most black women are graduating from college and having those debts from what they had to do to get into college in the first place.
We understand the semantics of your point, but we're
No. You clearly you don't, because you're acting like you don't know what I'm saying.
We're trying to understand if what you're saying is your opinion or is it actual. You believe that is a fact.
I just told you the facts. Most of these women, right? They're going to college. The black women are going to college. They're getting out of college. They have that student loan debt.
I get it.
Not only that, a lot of these women, they want to start business, all kind of shit going on.
Okay,
and their men are paying for everything.
Okay, I got it. So if you
say that's not symbiotic.
If you say that it's a fact, can you substantiate the source?
Darwin, Clout Jones just killed his whole argument.
I just proved it to you.
You didn't prove anything. You just said it.
Yeah, I did. I did. So are you saying that these women that have degrees are not married? So where does my point break down at? Because these women that's getting degrees, a lot of them is in a marriage.
The fact already that it's anecdotal and you can't substantiate it with anything other than your feelings or what someone told you.
No. You're not listening to what I just said. There are plenty of stats all over the internet that black women are leaving in college. Now you're being disingenuous. Now you're being disingenuous.
I think we're not being real productive.
The college comes with the student loan debt, which the man accrues and has to take care of once he gets married to her. Those obligations fall on him.
Put Clout Jones' comment back up, because he killed his entire argument there. He based his
which one? This one right here?
Yeah. He based his entire stance on the fact that, the group economic thing that we're talking about only applies to people that are married. What about the Mexicans that live 5, 6 in one house the Ghanaians that live on Darwin Street that bought 3 houses because they all live together and work. Group economics is not just only something that people that are married do. That's where his argument.
Nobody said that. We're talking about marriage. Now you're talking about people that's not in a relationship.
Wrong, like aside from the fact we know he's wrong, like we
Switching my points to make a point.
I understand that he's wrong, right? But the problem is that again, group economics doesn't start when you're married. 2 homeboys who live together can save money, stack bread. That's group economics. So a household where there are more than one working adult will make more on average than that household where there's only one working adult. It's a fact. It's not nothing to debate or talk about.
That's not marriage. That's what we were talking about, specifically marriage.
We weren't talking about marriage. We were just talking about household.
How you gonna tell me what the fuck I said multiple times over and over and over?
Hold on, wait.
English. I didn't tell you what you said. I told you what we were talking about.
So why didn't you say that up until this point?
I did say that.
No, you just said it. I've been saying over and over. I gave examples of women getting together with a man. Now, later down the road, you're talking about group economics with other people that's not in an actual marriage, not in a relationship together. That's 2 different dynamics.
The same way you didn't say about fixed rate marriages having adjustable rates is the same way that I told you that, and I said that a household with 2 people working in it will outwork one that doesn't. That has one.
So Willie,
and I applied that to marriage.
All right, Willie, real quick. I think what you're doing is because this was about the nuclear. This whole conversation, because I agree.
The nuclear family, exactly. Now he's straying off.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you, and I agree with Clout. I think Clout disproved everything that everybody else was saying because Clout is saying that you don't need to have a nuclear family to do that. And I would.
That's what I said.
This is another thing. Yeah, that's what you said. This is another thing. If the position is this, then it would make sense for all of us to be poly. This is making an argument for poly relationships. If the idea is that okay, we get 5 people in the house, me and I get four wives, and we build. Of course, economically, we'll be better off than somebody who don't got 4 wives, right?
Well,
so maybe
it's not
we should all
making
be
a case for poly, G. It's making a case for group economics because the same way you and your 4 brothers can do the exact same thing. You don't have to be poly to do that.
Now you talk about friends and homeboys. We talking about the nuclear family. The topic was the nuclear family. Now you trying to you ain't fucking your homeboys. That's 2 different. You switching the argument.
Economics. That's group economics.
It was
there's
the
a marriage
family,
section of that. There's a family living together preaching to that. It all adds together. Y'all want to focus on the marriage because that's the part that makes you just not seem as loud and wrong.
No, we were talking about the nuclear family. Then you just changed it. Ain't nobody trying to be. You the one changing the shit to try to be right. We were talking about the nuclear family.
JR, these clips gonna go crazy.
No, Willie, we was talking about marriages in the nuclear family.
Exactly.
But he was talking about group economics through marriage.
So we're not.
we get that.
Nobody was talking about group economics through marriage. Kenny brought that point up. 1, and then 2.
You brought that point up
when it was reiterated by me. My point was that marriage is not the only way that you can actually practice group economics, and it's not. Y'all focus,
and that has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
But y'all focus on that part, right? As the argument to saying that a household with 2 working adults in it is going to outperform one with one, whether it's a single.
No, that was not the focus of the argument.
And then his argument was, well, some of them niggas ain't happy and they don't have smart wives who know what to do with money. Like, where can you cite that? Like, where is that measured or recorded other than the internet?
I think we all talking about the same thing. I think we all agree. Like, he's
just trying to be right as bad as he can. We're not talking about the same thing. He's not making sense.
We disagree.
Willie is not making sense. We are not talking about the same thing.
Let's read real quick because Willie said that 2 people inside of a house will most likely make more than one person. Who doesn't agree with that?
I don't agree with that when it comes to nuclear family.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. He answered your
question.
It's not
don't
about,
try to save him now.
It's not about family.
Say you don't agree
Shut up and let the man talk. He's not the one. You're not the one talking. It's him. He's asking a question.
Yeah, it's not about family. Just in general, 2 people, whether brother and brother, wife and husband, 2 people in general, most likely on average will probably make more than one person in a household. Can we agree with that? 2 people working is better than 1.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I think that's the point. I think Willie was making like just a basic point versus a husband.
Now, real though. No, hold on. Real though. Now, let me ask you this: what does that have to do with the topic of nuclear family? We were just discussing nuclear family.
Yeah, I think
it has nothing to do with it, right?
When we were talking about nuclear family, we wasn't even talking about wealth. We were actually talking about overall function and success of the black
Nah, y'all was talking
community.
about wealth. Y'all was talking
Saying
about
that
wealth.
if we were
I'll be honest. I'm the person who brought that up. I said that I believe there is a tie to the nuclear family and generational wealth. That was my statement that I said.
I get that's what you said.
I stand by it.
It was originated from the overall structure and foundation of the community, period. Regardless,
that's where I started
finances,
before that. Yeah,
education or whatever tier.
That was just one of the bullet points that I made. Yes.
Yeah. So if we tied it all back, I think we can all concede that the black family, if black people practice prioritizing nuclear families, then the overall community mathematically would have a positive impact. Tremendous.
I don't agree because the women is not overall. They're not fighting for marriage. The women aren't fighting for marriage.
Hey.
That's not what's going on. So you talking about, it would be nice if all the black people focus on marriage. Well, you got Sexy Red, you got Cardi B. I mean, it's like all of your points are not acknowledging reality. Men want to be married. Hold on. Men want to be married.
Hey, JR.
It's a lot of men that want to be married, and they not.
Hey, Kyrie just signed a 3-year, $119 million extension with the Mavericks.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw he extended it. I didn't know the amount though.
Yeah, $119.
Damn. 50 super chats. HQ reacts $5. Regular men are not high value, so anything he said don't apply to y'all. HQ again $5. Only good thing KS said was fit, feminine, friendly. We want 666. Most of y'all don't qualify, just like we don't qualify. From the $5 super sticker. You can $5 most times. Fathers make their daughters entitled, but overall, women with fathers outnumber women without fathers when it comes to marriage. You can again $2 says worse. 2 places to find a wife: our club and church. A cute $2. Same way with men. Hink. HQ again $5 says, how is this on code working for black relationships? 25% for women and 34% for men. Not successful. I love y'all. HQ again $5 says, I've always been a hoe. See how easy it is. Ladies, now stand on it. HQ $5 says, stop it. Black men are antisocial, which make y'all unfit to be husbands long term. Take the L. Studies have shown this. Tops the survey 2022. HQ $2 says she goofy, but most of y'all ain't on her level. HQ.
Oh, damn.
As you sound slow about women, Willie. Brian, a member for 1 month. I can send a highlighted message now. And also, Brian, $2. Also a member. Great show, fellas.
HQ, you're right. I'm not 666. I'm 9, 6, 7. 7.
So how old does anybody know how old Cooking with Kaya is?
Pause. God damn.
So I'm about to rip y'all. Y'all just not speaking in reality, gang. You know, Cooking with Kaya is like, she's young, right? She had a boyfriend. Yeah, she had a boyfriend that she could have, took seriously, put him on. The man was there for her. Obviously, he didn't seem like a dirtbag. She didn't have no complaints. But what did she do? She got invited to the little streamers university, and them rich niggas is pressing up on her, and she leave her boyfriend waiting for her while she twerking on other niggas. And you niggas talk about some, oh yeah, marriage in a nuclear family. If the women don't want to be in a nuclear situation, you saying what's best for the women to do is not going to sit here. You pulling up all the projections of how a nuclear family benefits us is not going to make that happen. The women have to want it.
Let me ask you, OTC.
Who was our boyfriend, and what did he do?
He's a streamer.
He's a streamer.
Yeah.
He put her on. He showed her the ropes to the game. Helped build the whole shit up.
Was he a successful
connections? No way. He's not a female shaking ass and cooking.
Yeah,
so
she about to be on.
He got to do it the hard way.
So she finna get a bag.
Yeah,
but OTC, is that your reality?
Hot Tour got a bag. Is she better than you? Hot Tour got a bag too. You can't base shit off money. This is where niggas lose their morality at. Just because somebody got a lot of money don't mean they.
because no one's trying to base anything off of money. The only people to say money don't matter are people who don't get it.
Oh shit, bro! Don't do that to him,
See,
bro.
no, look, hold on. Diddy had money. Epstein had money. The Pope had money. I mean, we could do that if you want to do that.
You made it personal to me. So again, what I said was the only people who say shit like that are people who don't get money.
Okay, you repeating that doesn't refute anything I've said.
All the one-offs you want to, right? You can bring up all of them. The people who control the world have money. The people who have the best lives, who go do what they want to, have time freedom that comes from money. So to say that money doesn't matter, money's a white man tool, all that woke shit, the only people who believe that are people who don't have money.
When I say that the money doesn't mean anything, I'm referring to the fact of women's attraction. See, that's what the problem is. You're just taking my words. You're not going with the full depth of what I'm saying. You can pull women all day with money. What men is trying to do is they're trying to find a loyal wife, and that seems to be hard out here. There's a lot of rich men out here. Even Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, where they wife at? All right, so you sit here talking about money, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the nuclear family and how it relates to wealth, not how people obtain money and how much they got.
How can you relate the nuclear family to wealth without money?
So you're saying that there's not single people without rich, and they can't. There's not single people that's rich and they can't relate to somebody that's married.
No, I asked you
is that what you're trying to tell me?
Question: how can you relate the nuclear family to wealth without money?
How can you relate the nuclear family to wealth without money? I don't even understand the question.
Based off the way you asked the question,
can I jump in here?
Make the argument that wealth is time and
don't put that cape on, dope. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Because I'm not. No, this is all I'm gonna do. This is all I want to say. I think that like OTC, what you're doing is this is what I think you're doing. I think that when you hear us talk about money, we see us mention money, I think that you're assuming that we're saying that this is everything. It's not everything, but money oftentimes is a consequence of you being competent, right? And it doesn't. Money does not make it. It's not gonna mean that you get hoes. It's not gonna mean that you can keep hoes. It's not gonna mean that you're gonna get a good wife or none of that. We're not saying that, but we're saying that money does matter. But we're not saying that it's everything. But it is a piece of the puzzle. That's all that we're saying.
Okay, that's understandable, but y'all was related. Like Darwin just did. Y'all was relating that wealth with the nuclear family.
We know what this sounds
This is
like.
where the disagreements. This is where the disagreement lies. It really doesn't even have nothing to do with the money. We're talking about nuclear families and how it relates to wealth. Now we're discussing how money is important. The goalpost is being shifted. All right, what we're talking about is the nuclear family, how that relates to wealth, and the fact that a lot of these people that's married, their wives are not financially responsible. A lot of these women have debt already. So to sit here and try to push this narrative of, oh yeah, a two-income household is better than one. Yeah, I agree with that. But those two people also still have to be financially responsible, and that's not most of the population of America, let alone the world.
That's what I was saying.
So marriage is not something that, as it relates to wealth, marriage is not something that people can just get married and then it's going to benefit their legacy. That's not true.
Most people who are on the Forbes list are married. Most millionaires are married.
But we got to cut that out though, because just because they're married, right, does not mean that they have money because they're married. Hold on. Once you climb a certain ladder, once you are like just about a millionaire, people want you to get married, and people purposely get married because to keep climbing, right? To keep climbing, some people don't want you in their company unless you are married. Now that doesn't mean that if I didn't marry this woman, that I wasn't going to continue to be wealthy, but I had to marry her because this nigga up here is saying that he want me to have a wife.
Exactly.
What about
we were talking about with the banks earlier?
What about that most millionaires were actually married before they came into their wealth?
Okay, I agree with you, but when you talk about millionaires, you're talking about net worth. You're not talking about income, right? So you're talking about in order to reach this criteria that you're talking about, all you need to do is own a house that has appreciated in value over the last 30 to 40 years, and you're 70 years old, and you're technically that millionaire. We talking about we talking about real high net worth people, real money getters, like real income, like high income people. That millionaire thing, like that ain't even, I
Yeah. Also, you can't make money from owning a house that you live in. If you do real estate, you understand that, and it don't matter if you buy
you're a
a
millionaire by
expensive house.
technicality.
Most homeowners are still married. Typically, you don't got a lot of single homeowners.
Well, let's put this together. Who's more likely to pass down generational wealth? Married couples or single people?
Married couples.
Married couples.
Okay, that we should
Hands
have
down.
started with that.
That should be a consensus.
But the thing is,
I just led with that.
No, but
straight up.
So I agree with that, but I think we're missing the point, because the point is, just because you're
That's
more
the
likely
point.
to do. But
That's the
just
point.
that-
Just because you're more likely to do it, that's the whole
I don't think we
point.
need to do that. I think we'd be doing ourselves to do several.
That's not. If we're addressing the majority of people, the majority of people don't even pass down their generational wealth, as you call it. So that's not proving any point that y'all have.
Darwin,
what?
The semantics. It's like when you're in a debate and semantics become the issue. Semantics are the parachute of failing logic. So just go ahead, bro.
I don't even think. I think right here.
So where are the studies to show that all of these married people are passing down their wealth? Do you even know about the Rockefellers, Bill Gates and his family, how they're dealing with the wealth? No, you probably don't. Did you know a lot of these rich people lose their money after they die? That the wealth doesn't continue. It doesn't continue through the generations. That's a small percentage.
If you wanted to be wealthy, you're a 12-year-old kid, and you can make the determination of what kind of household you come from, and you wanted to be well off. Would you rather come from a single parent home or a married couple?
Brother, I'm not going to answer that question because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's just a random question. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
So I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to like do this correlation equals causation thing. Like they're trying to they're trying to say because you're married, out of 100,000 people, it's more likely that you'll have more money. That's not the why. We got to focus on the why. Why will they have more money?
It's the why. We're saying it's a part. It's a part of. I'm not saying it's the why. It's not the reason, but it is a characteristic of people who do well. They are married. There's no argument there.
Yeah.
And what is the marriage divorce rate right now?
Completely irrelevant to the conversation.
How? When that has to do with wealth. When that specifically deals with the wealth that you accrued being cut in half. How does that have to do with anything?
By definition, what does wealth mean to you?
By definition, it doesn't matter. If you get divorced, that's half your shit. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter what the definition of wealth is.
If it doesn't matter, then there's no conversation to have.
I think it's
Words
important
have to have meaning to have a fruitful
I
conversation.
think it's important that we define what wealth means to us, because it matters. And I think wealth is just we just talking about your overall net worth, your liabilities versus assets. What are you worth based the debt you have versus the money you have, the assets.
Wealth is simply the measure of accumulated and overall, accumulated assets and overall financial strength. That's all wealth is. So
your assets minus your debt. Yeah.
By definition, Darwin, if I was a kid, right, and I was getting ready to get adopted, I would want to get adopted by a family with a married couple, because I am more likely to be successful because I'm in that household.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Another question. Would you rather be adopted by a married couple or a rich man?
A rich man, he's already there. Duh.
Exactly.
He's already there.
So that destroys your premise.
What I'm saying is,
destroy my premise because
yes, it does, because that specifically says that marriage is not a requisite.
Well, if you're gonna throw rich man, throw it like this: would you rather be adopted by a rich man
or a rich couple,
or a rich married couple?
I'm picking a rich married couple.
Okay,
see, like
you got to think about it. We didn't even process it.
They try to do math against us.
Hold on, Darwin. We got to process.
They got to keep switching their points.
Can we think about it?
Am I a boy or a girl?
Is it okay to think about things here?
No, we have the Iron Man logic.
Yeah, but we already have the numbers and everything else when you talk about a dual parent household, right? Every metric, we already know it. You definitely better off with two parents.
If you're gonna mention marriage as an overall benefit, then we have to also consider what does the marriages look like right now.
And that's
Are
fair.
most of the marriages
I'll say this. I'll say
they,
this. Listen, I don't push paper marriages, right? I believe that a marriage is a covenant between a man, his wife, and God, not including Uncle Sam. So I am not telling people that they need to sign those papers if that's not what they want to do. But I think that if you want to raise children, then I think that you should probably raise them in the same household collectively. There are benefits if you want to sign that paper, but that's up to your preference. I would never push it and say this is what I do. This is what you need to do.
Would you argue that that's irresponsible even to push that idea?
So
in this climate right now,
not if I truly believed it and could successfully articulate the benefits.
When it came to it, the benefit for me, because I believed in not involving the government until I needed to add my wife to my insurance so she could have the baby. Then it became expedient. It had to be done immediately so the insurance covered her.
I think we just got somewhere where we kind of agree.
Most states now, since they let gay people get married, they have to respect domestic partnerships between men and women too.
Nice. I think we just came somewhere we kind of agree with each other. I think we brought it back to because this whole thing was about nuclear family marriage. Like I think that's kind of what we were disagreeing at, and I agree with Trev. I think that overwhelmingly it does make sense to have a mom and a dad, like a woman and a man in that household who can give me knowledge and like give me a better chance to succeed. I definitely agree with that. Even if it's like no, I ain't gonna say that. But yeah, like a woman and a man in that household, they don't have to be married. They don't have to be married on paper. But yeah, I think that's objectively better than just having that one man. If he also had a woman in there with you too, I don't think you have to be married. I don't think you have to be married on paper.
And that's my point. Single dads raise great children.
Take yourself out of it and try to look at this from the views of a woman in our community specifically.
And that's the problem.
Look at us. Hey, look, are those guys the leaders? Let me stumble across King Talk and see what they're talking about. And just imagine a group of women seeing how disconnected we are on a unison or standard or being aligned on how we're supposed to be family or something. And how do we expect them to trust or even try to get behind us whenever we can't even like come to a mutual agreement on how the community should be structured or the foundation up under it?
So, Dara, whose generation is responsible for all of these kids out of wedlock? Since you want to be facetious, whose generation is responsible?
No, I'm just being honest. I'm just saying, like.
No, you're not being honest. You answer the question.
Can you imagine?
Whose generation is responsible for all of these?
Gen X.
Okay. So what are we talking about here? He's talking about
we're not saying that it doesn't exist. We're not saying that it doesn't exist in Gen Z or. No, we're not saying it doesn't exist. There definitely is a downtick, which is a good thing, right? But we haven't solved the problem yet.
Right. I coached
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say marriage is irresponsible to recommend.
Basketball team where there was a coach who was responsible for the trajectory of the team the previous years that happened, and I didn't let that stop me from making changes on plays and the overall dynamics of how to run the offense and defense and all that other stuff. So what I'm saying is you can sit here and point the blame and excuse yourself from moving forward and trying to do better by pointing back and say, well, this generation is their fault. Or you can look at it within your own household and be like, well, I'm going to get it right since I have the opportunity in the air of my lungs. Those people are probably passing away now.
Or you can ask these men that left the household, why did they leave? And a lot of them will tell you, well, hey, you know what? She was crazy. I couldn't be around her.
Well,
she got my ear off. We didn't agree. A lot of those men have their reasons for leaving. So now you're telling, we need to fix it. The problem, you don't get it. You don't get it because you keep speaking against what's happening.
But I figured out a workaround to where I don't have to rely on going to have to ask them what their excuse was. I can implement certain things within my own life to where I can just make them irrelevant to it.
Okay, that's good for you, Darwin. Guess what? LeBron James is one of the best NBA players on the planet. Do you think that he could just go around and give his advice to everybody and they're going to be as great as him? That's the fucking point. Marriage isn't even for everybody.
I think right
In
now you're
fact, the
playing
way that
victim Olympics
marriage is
right now.
structured right now, it does not benefit men at all. So for you to be sitting here
Recently, I
trying to
was
tell
made aware
motherfuckers,
that, according to a U.S. Trust report, 86% of millionaires are married, and that 65% of those millionaires are still in their first marriage. So let me ask you something, especially the younger men. What are these married millionaires understanding about marriage that the deficit-minded single male isn't? This question actually reminds me of a recent conversation I had with someone who was truly living the answer. I had lunch with a very successful multimillionaire entrepreneur. And as we were talking, I shared with him this ideology that marriage is for poor people. He leaned back in his chair, chuckled, and said, well, what the hell am I working so hard for if I can't get married, have a family to love, and raise children to carry on the businesses I've built, to keep, the family legacy alive? The U.S. Trust report and this multimillionaire statement not only shatters the lie that marriage is for poor people, but also that no millionaire builds an empire just for it to die within his hands.
Damn. You should have played that shit an hour ago.
Nope.
that makes sense, but it has nothing to do with what we're
Why didn't
talking
you play
about.
that shit an hour ago?
He was speaking directly to your soul, nigga.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, the argument is women that's getting married and divorcing. So it doesn't. That does nothing.
Bro said
It said 86%. 86% of millionaires.
We negating
That's
his
a lot.
No, let's can we be honest,
negating
guys?
his fact. That's a huge issue within that.
Hold on.
Hey, what up, Clout?
That most of those
What up? Darwin don't get women. He's married.
You
He needs to stop lying.
Can y'all hear me? The reason that most of those people probably got married is the trajectory of people who are on their path to become millionaires have a much easier trajectory into finding a wife. They're much more suitable partners, and women tend to acquiesce to men that they know are going to be on point. So we can't really make the causation that the men who are millionaires got married and that's how they became millionaires. Those men were probably already fast tracked on a path in life, which women then came to and said, I want to sign up because I see where this is going already.
Exactly.
But most of these guys said they were married before they got their wealth.
Can
I add to this? I want to add
something so big. We're ignoring like so many big details,
Hold on.
right? So a good question is, how old are those millionaires, and when did they become millionaires? Did they become millionaires when they turned 65? Because I don't want to be a millionaire when I'm 65. Like these things are like we're ignoring the real data. If the path to being a millionaire by that study is okay, buy your house, own it, hold on to it, save all your money, turn 65, you're a millionaire. I don't want that.
It's
That's improving that doesn't even work.
Also, hold on.
Now.
I wanted to add something to this though, because I've been watching for a little bit, and a major flaw in that whole correlation that's being made between millionaires being married, a major flaw with that is that just because they weren't millionaires when they got married, they were probably making 6 figures or more, right? And the thing is, it should stand to obvious reason that people who are married would have higher incomes, because marriage is expensive. Everybody can't afford to get married to begin with. You have to have a certain financial threshold to even be able to afford to get married. So you guys are making it seem like the marriage is what led to the success, when really it's success that leads to the marriage. It's the opposite. It's people get success. It's just like the guy in the video just said. He said, what am I supposed to do with my wealth? Men gain success and then seek marriage. But you guys are making it, and then because after they get their wealth, they seek a way to turn that wealth into a legacy. But you guys are making it seem as though the path to the wealth is the marriage, when that's not what it is. The marriage is the way that they secure the wealth for the next generation after they've already acquired it.
Right.
Well, I don't think
You just said that.
that you have to be married to be a millionaire.
No, you didn't say
You
that.
gotta
You
have
said
bread to get
marriage is
married. You
part
gotta
of the
have bread to buy a
success.
ring.
You
You
tie them
gotta have
together.
money to
You
buy
didn't say this.
rings cost bread. The average wedding these days costs about 50 grand.
So you have
So
to.
it's
You have
like
to have
You
money
don't have
to
to
have a
spend
wedding,
50
not to get
grand on a
married.
you don't
wedding.
have
That's
to. You
ridiculous.
don't have to. But I'm
Exactly.
saying that the
You have
average wedding today
average wedding
costs
is
50 grand.
$50. A nigga working at McDonald's can afford $35 for a marriage license. But I understand where you're coming from. But what I'm saying is this: no one is saying that you have to be married to be a millionaire. We're showing that the majority of millionaires share one common characteristic, and that is that they are married.
Let me
Of
ask you
those
this though.
millionaires, hold on, wait. Of those
Causation
millionaires
is
that are married,
not correlation.
that's
I
not
want
how
to
they.
add to that though. Out of those
It
millionaires,
is
Let him
not
finish. Let him
causation.
finish. Let him
hold on.
finish.
Out of
So,
those
so
millionaires, because
of
we
those,
we're
of those
quick to talk
millionaires that
about
are married,
the correlation of marriage with
we're not
millionaires.
correlating
Let's talk about
anything.
the correlation of divorce with millionaires. How
We're
many
not
millionaires have been divorced once
We're
or
not
twice or
correlating
3 times?
anything. We're simply saying that it's a commonality between millionaires. 85% of them motherfuckers are married.
Divorce is also a commonality between
But he
millionaires.
said 65% of them are in their first marriage.
Yeah. So, like you know what I'm saying, the minority definitely have been divorced. There's no argument there. We all know millionaires, celebrities that have been divorced.
That is wrong like a motherfucker.
Difficult
no argument
conversation to have is because I still think that we're not speaking. We started this by talking about our community. It's not a marriage thing. It's not just a group not economics thing. It's the duality of both. Most cultures have a marriage culture. So wealth is directly derived from that as a whole, as a tribe. You don't have to be married in order to generate this
There
result.
we go. The tribe. That's what I'm talking about.
But I think because our community is so fragmented that you hear something like, well, marriage is the path. No, it's the fact that the tribe of how you function as humanity typically works better if you have a collective. And if you do this continuously, whether it's group economics, whether it's tribalism, whether it's any of those things, you tend to project faster and further because it's not one dimensional. The marriage thing that Cloud just brought up, most of the time when you get married out in other cultures, it's a collective of families making that happen. In our community, however, you can't reach across the way to even borrow $500, $1,000, $10,000 from nobody because everybody's single and broke. That's what the argument from my perspective was not marriage. It's the fact that you tend to be able to perpetuate wealth through channels of collective.
I got a question.
Well, the problem and the reason for that is because look, black people are busy preaching about marriage, but not preaching about corporations. You know, another thing that a lot of millionaires have in common, they own corporations. But guess what? How many of the people that are saying get married also have corporations? Probably not many of them, right? So people are trying to merge nothing. They're trying to merge assets and build generational wealth on top of nothing. How about we focused on building through business and actual resources, and then once we get something to sit on, then we talk about how we're going to divvy it up in marriage. Pause. I'm talking about money. I mean, I don't know how money brought y'all there, but whatever. Once you got some money, that you know you got a nice little nest egg, then you could worry about how you're going to roll that money over and divvy it up for the next generation. But all we talk about is, yo, get married, that's generational wealth. That's not how you get generational wealth. That's the problem we're having. Yes, there is a correlation between the wealthy and marriage, but I don't believe there's any causation. There's no cause. Marriage is not the cause of
what
wealth.
we're saying is that's one of the that's like the path of least resistance, right? Because the reality is most of us are not going to be able to build businesses. Most of us don't know the first thing about a business is most businesses will fail, and it's the path of least resistance, right? And I dig it, and I urge people to get into to become business minded and everything else. But what I'm saying is, I know it's not for everyone. Most people don't have the wherewithal or the fortitude to be able to start or maintain a business, right? Where most of us can't do that. That's a very difficult thing to do.
It's not for everyone in the black community. It
right?
seemed to be for everyone in every other community.
Yeah, but so we have to start somewhere.
In the
and
Jewish
I think
community, it seemed to be for everyone. In the white community, it seemed to be for everyone. In the Asian community,
a whole different
I think
story.
we hit on the topic of what's going on, because the married people is keeping a lot of these single people from getting the promotions, getting their opportunities. Because when you get into these high level spaces, Oh, he's not married. He's risky. We can't trust him. Even
Shit,
the bank is sitting here and saying things like, "Oh, well, he has a family. He has something to lose, something to risk. We can lend to him." All of this has to do with society projections when we know the reality of things. There are people out here that started companies. Hey, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, were they married when they first started their company? I don't think so.
Yes,
Both of them
They
were.
were.
yes. That's
And they all
exactly
got
why what's
divorced.
the name
They
got
all got
half of that
divorced.
shit
They
because
also all got
he
divorced.
was married before that. She became the richest woman because she was
They,
married to him before that.
Well, I'm glad you pointed that out because that still furthers my point that means that these women were with them when they had nothing. They were with them before they had anything. So a lot of
Right.
these women don't even want to be with a man that doesn't have anything. So their marriages aren't even comparison of most marriages. Most women are not getting with a man that doesn't have anything, that has the idea to build $1 billion business. They want it now.
also,
I disagree. I
also,
disagree with that.
marriage is just supposed to give you access to the group economics. Marriage is not the group economics. The way marriage is supposed to work is Bruiser owns a sugar plantation. I own a sugar processing plant. My son marries his daughter so that our group, we can now have access to the group economics. But the marriage itself is not the group economics. It's the businesses that the marriages are using to join together. That's where the strength is. So it's like, again, we're focusing on the wrong thing. We're focusing on the connection point instead of what we're supposed to be connecting, which is the business, the
I get
economics.
what you're saying. So not for duty, not for love.
You typically
got a
get
question too.
function in society. I'm not promoting marriage as the know all be all, but a corporation is structured under a marital approach. The first marriage to humanity the first business to humanity was marriage. Corporations came a lot later, so they mirror the fact that you like diminishing marriage. I get what you're saying, Claude. I think you should have a duality of it. I think you should have further protection, whether it's S Corp, LLC, however you want to go. But typically, human exchange from a corporate perspective, marriage is the easiest way to do that. You can attach certain members to that said corporation where you don't have to provide further documentation. So however you do it, as long as
Marriage is actually the most rudimentary, which is why the ones who are winning do it through corporate structure, because marriage is the most rudimentary. It's the most easy way to actually lose your wealth. You getting married is actually not that is actually a dumb way to try to get generational wealth, because you can lose your wealth so easily through marriage. It's actually better to invest your wealth in a corporation.
you don't lose your wealth through marriage, you lose your wealth through divorce.
Exactly. And you can't get divorced unless you're
Very
married.
high.
You typically don't, higher net worth individuals don't typically divorce in mass. And most of the time, again, if we do this correctly, most people who are married with having the tribal aspect, it's a combination of people. They ain't just one dimensional. Our community is hard to get out of this conversation because nobody gets.
Put it this way. How many 100-year marriages have you heard of, and how many 100-year-old corporations are there?
How many 100-year-old demons do you know of?
Corporations, there's very few.
What I'm saying is there are several corporations that still exist today that have been around since the 1800s.
Yeah,
right?
But with that approach, marriage, if you married and you produce offspring, that would lapse your corporations because it's offspring. So it's an question.
Well, what I'm essentially trying to explain to you is based off of your point. Your point was that marriage was first and corporations patterned off of that. Yes. All I'm saying is that it's like version 1.0 versus version 30, and we're still on version 1.0. The partnership and contract law has been perfected to the point of corporation, but we're still talking about the most rudimentary level of it, trying to build wealth through that instead of trying to build wealth through it at the most complex level of it. That's like me saying I want to build a business based off of iPhone 1. That's not going to work. I'm trying to build a business based off of a Razor or off a BlackBerry. It's not going to work. It's obsolete. We're in a time of iPhones now. If I want my business to be successful, I have to build it off of the platform that's working now. Corporate structure is the most advanced form of joining assets that we have. So if we really want to talk about generational wealth, we have to go based off of what works. The only examples we have of wealth that has existed more than 100 years is in corporations. You can't name one. Even those families you're talking about, all those families you're mentioning, they own a corporation, and that corporation is what holds their wealth.
Well, I'm not.
The Rothschilds own businesses. The Vanderbilts own businesses. Chase owns J.P. Morgan. Chase has his wealth invested in Chase
Let me ask
Bank.
y'all a question. If we know all this stuff about money, how many people can prove that they actually making a killing? Since we all would know it, because it's a shame
But
if
that's
we
not
know
what we're
all
talking
this
about. We're talking about
killing.
generational wealth, not making a killing. Anybody could get money. Everybody can't keep it.
No, I don't think anybody can get money either.
No.
Hey,
Anybody can get money. Everybody can't keep it.
Darwin, you threw some stats in the chat. Would you?
The streets of Hollywood, the streets of LA are paved with people who are rich and are and no longer have generation and have nothing. So
Darwin, would you?
Like I can find a million people in LA right now that once was getting money and are now living out of a tent.
What'd you say, Trey?
Could you read those stats that you got in the back chat, so the audience can hear it?
In 2029, black married couples had a median net worth of $131,000, while black single individuals had just $29,000. That's a 4.5 times greater amount of wealth within married households, meaning they have far more to pass on or leave as an inheritance. Key statistics: Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances 2022. Median net worth married couples $269,000. Single men 57,000. Single women 35,000. That's nearly 5 to 7 times more wealth for married couples. Brookings Institution: marriage is a top tier predictor of upward mobility and wealth accumulation in America. Pew Research 2023. Dual income households, most often married couples, dominate the top income brackets. Single men and women are far more likely to live paycheck to paycheck. Damn.
Sheesh. Is that explaining enough
I
for you
wasn't
guys?
Let's put it to bed, right?
I disagree because
what happened?
Again, correlation and causation.
Yo.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
This is my
Yo.
I have another question. I have a question for
Most
y'all, right?
people aren't married. That's a small survey.
It's in the back chat. Read that first.
Yeah, I read it. I read it.
Correlation versus
Most
causation.
people aren't even married. Most of the population is not in no marriage. So that's not considering the majority of people. That is a small subgroup that was surveyed, and that's not. I mean, you can do that all day.
Well,
we can do that all day.
They're pretty freaking good at statistics.
All right, quick question with these statistics also. Quick question. When they define wealth, is wealth being defined by income? Is it being defined by land ownership?
You can answer that.
Well, Federal Reserve.
Is it being defined by how many children they have? Because I can make the argument. Hold on, let me finish.
Answer that, but
I can make the argument that a guy with 10 acres and 8 children is wealthier than a guy with $100 million and 1 child.
That would be anecdotal. This is a collective, right? They took actual, like, this is recorded data. You talking about money, like this is not
I'm
something that
asking
you
how
could
we're
just
defining
ask about
wealth.
feelings about. We talking
asking how we're
bread.
defining wealth.
We're talking about the income right here.
Versus $100 million.
Okay, so does income mean net worth? Meaning, like, does income mean gross? So there's a lot of people who have a high income but have more expenses than their income. So again, how are we defining wealth?
Holy shit!
You can make
But
20
it also
million.
said that single people are likely living paycheck to paycheck. That says it all, kind of. Like they don't have any they don't have any assets or anything.
Yeah,
what
but
are we
the thing
talking
is-
about?
Trev, listen, bro. We're not. They keep
Living paycheck to paycheck doesn't mean that you don't have assets. So that's what I'm saying. You're making a lot of
correlation versus causation shit, right?
Whoa. Living paycheck to paycheck doesn't mean you don't have assets. You could own 4 properties. You could own 4 properties and be working at Walmart.
Come on, bro.
I'd argue that
Stop
point
it.
failed.
You could
Stop
own
it.
4 properties outright and be working at Walmart. So what are you talking about? There could be a person who literally owns
So
4
are you
properties.
trying to tell me that that's what you think that this is? This is what you think.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you guys are listening, what I'm trying to establish without being interrupted is what we're defining wealth as. Because like I said, a person can own 4 properties worth $1 million a pop, have no job and no income, and be working at Walmart, making $17 an hour. And based off of your statistics, it would read them as a person who does not have wealth, even though they own 4 properties. Or they could own 4 properties in trust. It might not even be in their name. So how are we defining this wealth?
Oh my God!
According to the Federal Reserve,
why would you be?
Is the measure of accumulated assets
He's
and the
right. That's how Trump.
Yes, but people who have their assets in trust, you can't measure those assets, can you?
So you're saying all these broke ass dudes that's making $35,000 just so happen to have a bunch of trust and shit? That's what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. But again, we're talking about wealth. A lot of wealthy people have assets that you can't measure.
Question.
Correct or not?
Nah, bro. You reaching real bad right now. Pause.
Okay, I'm reaching now. Now there's no such thing as trust. There's no such thing as.
There is such a thing as trust, but come on, bro. You're being disingenuous at this point, bro.
I'm not even. I'm asking you how we're defining wealth because what I'm trying to prove.
He gave the definition of wealth. You said you was listening.
Listen, what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that income does not equal wealth in all cases. A person
You don't have to demonstrate that to us.
A person can have a high income and higher expenses than their income. They're not wealthy. A person can have a high income and not own any assets. That's not wealth.
No one made those points either and said they were.
You could make 100. You could be making 500,000 a year for 2 years and lose your job. But if they checked during those 2 years, they would say, "Oh, you're wealthy because you're making 500 grand a year." But you could own nothing with that 500 grand. You could have blown all that on fucking chicken strips.
No one's saying that's not true. So
exactly. So that's why I'm saying we have to come up with a clear definition of wealth because obviously income is not adequate.
The Federal Reserve defines wealth as the measure of accumulated assets and overall financial strength. That is the definition. I gave it to you 3 times now.
So all of this breaks down.
Overall financial strength. Hold on. Overall financial strength. Define financial strength.
Again, semantics is the
It's not. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page here.
I understand what he's saying, and I already hit the point earlier. It's the fact that these marriages, you keep bringing up, okay, he just brought up a stat about how much these people are making in the marriages, but I already hit earlier and addressed that all of these women is not moving correctly and efficiently with their money. So it's not accounting for the debt they have. Somebody up here try to say, oh, there's a such thing as good debt. Student loans isn't good debt.
There is.
I know there is. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I know there is. Like I said, student loans is not student. Let me shut the hell up so I can say it. Student loans isn't good debt.
Y'all have poor listening. Right?
Living in a house that you live in that you're not renting out is not good. That's not good debt. Does nothing for you. So if we're sitting there, that contributes to the net worth that a person has.
Exactly.
Correct. So that's not an accurate assessment of how much money they have throughout the year.
Exactly.
So that's what he's actually addressing right now, and y'all acting like you can't see it, but you're supposed to be the smartest people in the room.
I could live in $1 million house, and you could say I'm a millionaire, but I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I could literally have a negative bank balance, but have under my name $1 million mortgage, and therefore net worth wise, I am a millionaire. I own an asset. I technically own an asset that's worth $1 million. Even though I'm in debt $1 million, the way that paperwork works and the way accounting works, me being in debt $1 million with that means I'm a millionaire now. That's what that means.
That's not
all y'all points are true, but y'all know
that's not how you calculate it. Because if they don't give you the value of your house as your net worth, they give you the equity that you have in your house as your net worth. What the fuck are we talking about now? Because y'all just
how do they know the equity you have in your house, brother? They don't know the equity you have in your house.
Income is not making money.
Okay, never mind.
Hold on. You think when they're assessing? Hold on.
That has nothing to do with nothing.
Have you bought a house?
That's not income.
Oh my God.
It's not even an asset.
When these organizations are assessing people's wealth, do you think they have access to how much equity they have in their house? Obviously not. They're going based off of the projected values of the property. They're going based off projected values, and they're making. I can't even talk because y'all won't shut the fuck up. Y'all have the listening skills of children. Like shut the fuck up and learn how to listen for 5 minutes. You guys keep interrupting. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're grown ass men. Just shut your mouths and listen for 5 minutes, and you will get the point I'm trying to fucking make.
They're not yelling and cussing, but they doing the same shit.
You guys are fucking doing broad shit. You hear me trying to talk and you keep interrupting like some hoes. Shut the hell up and let a man talk. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You doing bitch shit too when you interrupt
Nigga,
Darwin.
nigga, you still doing it. What's wrong with you?
That's what kids do.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are. Whole shit.
Y'all over here talking about shit
Mom
y'all
trying to
never
play with the
done.
Nah, we talking about shit that you don't want to hear. We talking about shit that you don't want to hear because it goes against what you believe, and that's okay. But that we still got the right to talk, my nigga. Stop being
All you
disrespectful.
doing is talking out your ass. You haven't done none of this shit.
Brother, you're still being disrespectful. That's your problem. You don't know how to shut the fuck up. Shut up, bro. Just stop talking and let me talk.
Subject matter expert on nothing you talking about.
Yo, you still a hoe, bro. That's the problem with you. You still a hoe. Every other man on the panel was able to realize that they were being a bitch and shut up so that a man could talk, and you the only one that can't do it. Let me talk, bro.
Hey, yo, chill.
Hey, man, you heard what I said, nigga. Y'all niggas heard what I said. Y'all simmer down, though. Y'all simmer down. Y'all let a nigga talk, though.
You mad?
I'm just mad that I can't even hear myself think because you won't shut the fuck up. That's what I'm mad about. I'm only used to dealing with this with broads.
Like you not talking about
who you calling a bitch?
Man, let bro talk. Let him get his point off.
Niggas being broads, but nah, I'm good. I don't got nothing to say. Y'all niggas not listening. It don't matter, bro. Y'all broads.
DC, get your point off, bro. He wasn't talking about you. Go ahead, G.
Nah, I was talking, but I got frustrated with constantly being interrupted.
Like a broad.
No, any human being with common sense would get frustrated with someone interrupting them. It's disrespectful.
The rest of us, we keep it internal.
Men don't like disrespect. Maybe broads like you are used to disrespect. Men don't like disrespect. I don't like disrespect.
You're right. You telling on
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm right, nigga. I just said it. I know I'm right.
You telling on yourself.
You still can't shut up. You still being a hoe. Be quiet, my nigga. Stop talking.
I'm speaking from experience, and you speaking from conjecture.
You're speaking from being a hoe.
Yeah, okay. You sound like a woman now. Like you the woman you talking
Right,
about.
right,
We know who raised you, so that's fine. OTC,
right. My father raised me. A man raised me. I was raised by a mother and a father. A man and a woman raised me. Two people.
Who was the head of your household?
My father.
Sounds good. OTC, what was you saying, G?
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good.
All I'm
That's all you
saying,
can
bro,
say.
is I agree with what
Again, trying to make ad hominem text. Ho.
All I say is
You want to attack my dead father now, my nigga? No, but now you got smoke from my dead pops. You a hoe.
Didn't nobody know your daddy was dead? RIP to that nigga though.
But you wanted to speak on my father when my father wasn't a part of the conversation because you're a hoe. That's what hoes do. We were having a conversation on a topic. I checked you directly, and now you want to talk about my father. That's what bitches do.
God damn.
Nigga, I checked you. I called you a hoe. I called you a hoe for being disrespectful. I called you disrespectful. I told you to shut the fuck up. But you wanna move the conversation over to a dead man.
No,
that's what bitches do.
Over to a dead man. I moved the conversation from
over to my parents because that's what bitches do. I'm a man. It don't matter who raised me, my nigga. I could have been raised by wolves, nigga. I'm standing here talking for myself. Talk about my parents. That's what bitches do. That's what I'm saying.
All right, and you conducting yourself like someone who is
nah, nigga. I'm just calling you out your name and you don't like it because you a bitch. You don't like it. That's all it is.
I don't care about you calling me out my name. You
nigga.